And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another month, another edition of the Fire Cup number 8, the group stage. I'm of course Show's Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our third broadcast of the day. We were live earlier with the KSL, with the Korean StarCraft League, then followed by the Masters 1 Open, and now we are here with the Fire Cup number 8. The StarCraft continues. God, baby. God, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. The StarCraft does continue. We have not slept whatsoever. We're here for some more StarCraft. Ooh, as no, Nikic. As we do jump into our first series of the broadcast, and hopefully we're able to resolve our latency issues here. But for those that are maybe actually, I'll switch this over for a moment. We'll switch over for a moment, but for those that are curious, for those that may be joining us for the first time, this is a big monthly event hosted and organized by MilkiCow. So a big shout out to MilkiCow. MilkiCow has been hosting this event for 8 months. For 8 months at this point, so 8 months of Fire Cup, we have been able to host this. Shout out to MilkiCow, of course. We did jump in a couple of months in, and we have been covering it here in English as well. This is a monthly tournament for the CIS region. There are open qualifiers, group stage, and playoffs as well. This year though we have a new format. We have a different format. It used to be two groups of 8, round robin. Now instead, one group of 16, Swiss format. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. If you guys want to have a look at the group stage, it's going to be a very different kind of format here. We had the same thing last month as well. So for the past 2 months, we've had a new format. But for now, we are jumping into our fresh best of 3. Looks like Nikic has returned. And I just said his name, but spawning in the right-hand corner of Leylands, we have the red Zerg player from Belarus, representing his new team, representing Alien Esports. It is Nikic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Quasar. It is Art. Here we go. And if you're in the chat's predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you can get your gambler going while you can as we jump into this best of 3. In months past, we'd have a group stage best of 2 format, but now it's going to be best of 3s. Again, Swiss format means it's gonna be less matches. I want to say it's only 5 rounds, and Swiss format is just so different. And I guess we'll get into the format after this match, but it does mean that some otherwise players that could struggle could actually excel instead, because players are not playing against each other. I should say it's not round robin. You're not playing against everyone. You're playing against other players that do win their first round and even lose their first round, and there's maybe a little bit more RNG as well. It's just a different system, different formats. We'll get into it. We'll get into it once our rounds start wrapping up. For now, though, we are going to be settling in. We do have our initial hatch gas full standard opener out of Nikic. Likewise, we do have Art across the map going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Here we go. So standard openers for the time being. But again, these two are some of the stronger players in the group, which is why I would say, yo, rough seeding. Rough seeding, Poppy. I'll be honest, like Nikic and Art, I do think they both deserve to make it into the playoffs. But despite what I think, I mean, they're facing off in the first round, and this will impact them in more ways than one when it comes to trying to make it out of the group stage. Every loss is that much more brutal in a Swiss format. Every loss is that much more brutal here, so best of luck to all of our competitors, and best of luck to whoever loses here in this first round, because it is going to be a rough start to the Swiss format. For now, though, we're going to be getting into our openers. We do have our tech of choice. Going to be a Stargate opener here out of Art. So far, so good. Likewise, Nikic across the map going for its own 3rd expansion. So standard opener out of Nikic, standard opener out of Art. Stargate into Oracle into a 3rd base is what we expect out of our Protoss player. If he deviates, we will freak out a little bit. If he deviates, we'll make some noises, but alas, there it is. It's going to be a Oracle first, Oracle into a 3rd base, triple Oracle, as what we expect. Now, we could see Art go for an earlier Twilight Council. We could see him go for like a Twilight Council as the base is being thrown down a little bit earlier on. If that's the case, this could be Hidden Glaive Adepts. But otherwise, if we just get a 3rd base, then we may as well just saturate it. We'll get a Twilight Council and Forge later as the base is halfway done, and then we can settle in towards the mid game. Likewise, oh, there it is. Good thing we brought it up. Twilight Council before the expansion. Twilight Council before third base. So it is a Stargate opener, and this does look standard. It looks normal. The Oracle even moves out. The Oracle reveals itself. So Nikish believes it's looking normal, looking standard. Really, it's anything but. There is a massive gateway explosion. Twilight Council, this should be Glaive Adepts, and Nikish should recognize, hold up, the third base should be down by now. It is a little bit delayed, but is Art just missing? Is he just messing up his macro, right? Is he just messing up his macro, right? Like, it's close enough to a standard timing. Doesn't really look weird to be able to afford this as well, bearing in mind, no second Oracle. There's no second, there's no third Oracle. The Oracles have been skipped, only one Oracle, and there it is, Glaives on the way. So this is designed to catch Nikish with his pants down. Now, how are the pants down? How do we pull them back up? Basically, Nikish should be delaying his Roach Warren. Against a standard opener, he could even skip it. He could even skip the Roach Warren entirely and go Ling Hydra. If he skips the Roach Warren, he's going to be in trouble, as he's going to be stuck with a purely Ling Queen, and with Ling Queen it's going to be difficult to defend, but there it is. Whew, there it is. Safety Roach Warren here. Overlord does go in for the scout. Overlord confirms that there's nothing else being researched, nothing being built or produced from the Stargate. Gets eyes on the gateways, and there we go. Does get full confirmation of the Twilight Council. He knows. Whew. Instantly walling off. Instantly setting up SimCity, getting ready for a wall, getting ready to just wall this area off and delay any kind of, or deny any kind of adept aggression into the bases. So far, a good response here by Nikish. He is playing well, and he should be okay. He should have the tools to defend. I say that. That's a lot of adepts, and he confirms. Yeah, he confirms the adepts with the Lings. He knows what's happening. He does have a very small amount of time to react, to actually make roaches, but he needs as many roaches as possible. There it is, 10 roaches on the way. And these adepts, they've been found out, they've been scouted, and they most likely won't get much damage done. I say that, it comes down to the control. Nikish, he needs to wall off. And so far, let's go. The Spore Crawler does get in position. I believe the Spore should be the door in this sense. Should be able to burrow in time and, of course, wall off and deny those shades. Roaches, they move out, and we do need to wall that area off. And hopefully the Spore is large enough. It should be. There it is. Spore does burrow. And this is almost like a deeper here. We can lift and borrow the Spore, but the Spore is also weak. Spore gets targeted down. Roach is not quite in position. The Adepts, they bust in. Yeah, they bust in. They break down that front door. They get into the mineral lines. So far, so good. They're getting 2-3 drone kills, shading into the main base. Nikish does react in time, does pull away. Whew. Does pull away in time, but that's still 5 drone kills, and the Adepts are not done. Yeah, they are not done. They're shading back out into the natural. Ooh, late to respond this time. Their workers are late to pull away. Another drone going to be falling. He gets what, 6, 7, 8, 9 drone kills. Can we get 10? Can we get 11? Can we get 12? 13? Oh god, where are we stopping? We're not stopping, but we're going back into the main base. Alas, we're on A move, so we're going to be targeting the Queen instead. Oracle comes in to clean up. No Spore. Yeah, no Spore in position. More drones are going to be falling, and this is critical damage. This is critical damage. This should not have happened. Again, Nikish, he had the tools to defend. He had all these roaches, and now he's forced into an all-in. Nikish is going for the all-in, rallies everything across the map, and in one way or another, the game is about to end. Either Nikish kills Art, or he dies trying. That's a lot of force fields. A lot of force fields, and that is not a lot of Ravagers. That is 0 Ravagers here. There's no answer to the force fields. That's 22 drones going down across the map. Lings, they come in for the surround. So far, force fields, oh, not good enough. They delay, but they do not zone away the roaches. Roaches, they bust on in. They get on top of the army. No shield battery. Shield battery a little bit too far behind. The army does pull away. Roaches busting into the natural. He's trying to. The Immortal putting in a lot of work. Shield battery does keep everything alive. Nice force fields. Locking down the roaches. Oracle comes back home. And Art, he's holding. Art, he's holding on. He deals with most of the roaches. We do see more roaches trying to file in. I say that he's getting on top of the sentries. Sentries are going down. Immortal also got targeted. But now there's another Immortal on the way. And so far, trading with the main army of Art is not good enough. Art, he has double the worker count. He has double the work count, double the economy. Void Ray has arrived. Immortal has arrived. A couple more warp ins. And Art holds. Yeah, Art, he's holding. He's not being broken. He's not being broken. Not like this. Not anymore. And Nikish, that had to end the game. That had to either end the game or at least break an expansion. Either the third base or the natural. One of these mineral lines. But they're both fine. They're both untouched. I mean, I'm afraid to look. How many probes died? 2. 2 workers went down throughout the course of this game. I think one of them was a scouting probe as well, so barely any economic damage against 22 drone kills. And with that art, he is perfectly fine, perfectly safe, perfectly sound. Again, Nikic, he had the tools to defend, but unfortunately, that's the downside of using a Spore instead of an Evo Chamber to wall this area off, is as we saw, the Spore is very low HP, very vulnerable. Took like 2 volleys to bring it down. Took 2 volleys. Nikic, he wasn't quite in position either to protect that Spore Crawler. And that was the moment. That was the moment everything just went south for Nikic. Now we can see Nikic trying to go into Roach Hydra. We have the Hydra Den finishing up, trying to get into a Roach Hydra composition. Now he's droning, but again, the droning is delayed for Nikic. The upgrades are delayed as well, so Nikic, he's not in the best place. Nikic is still behind. Now, there is a way to recover in this game, but as we said before, he has to rely on Art making mistakes. He has to rely on Art messing up, making some mistakes here and there. For example, if Art were to push here, if he were to move out, if he were to overextend too soon, then Nikic could punish that. He could punish that, he could try to get a surround to pick off some key units. Right now, the win condition for Art is just chill. Just chill out, calm down, build up a death blow of an army on 4 bases, get up to 4 base saturation, get into splash damage, disruptors, Colossus, Storm, you know, pick your poison, get your splash damage of choice before pushing. I say that, it looks like we're actually getting to a Prism and going for almost a Soul Train. It's going to be Mass Immortal Sentry. Mass Immortal Sentry here. There's a lot of potential with this army. Again, we could chill, calm down, and max out, but it looks like Art wants to be more assertive. It looks like he wants to make sure that Nikic isn't given time to recover. As we can see, Nikic, he isn't droning, and Art, he confirms. Yeah, he does see, hopefully he noticed 0 drones. 0 drones at the 4th base. This is a 3 base all-in. So earlier, because the attack, the initial all-in from Nikic didn't work, he knows he cannot macro. He cannot macro from here, he's too far behind. As we were mentioning, Art, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Art. So Nikic is going for a 3 base all-in. Art, because he confirmed, he walls. It did look like Art wanted to push, and I think he did, and I'm sure if he saw drones, he would have pushed, but because of his scouting, he knows to chill. He knows to just stay back home, to wall up, cannon, shield batteries. Storm has begun. There's that splash damage, just spoke about it. Waiting for that splash damage of choice, it's going to be Storm instead, not Colossus, or not Disruptors, but Storm. And Art just has to chill, just has to sit back, build up, macro, you know, throw down more turrets, throw down more cannons, more shield batteries, throw down more stasis traps, and get ready because Nikic is coming to him. He doesn't have to move out to meet the Zerg. So Art just has to defend. Oh, is that a position though? Yeah, he does rotate, spots 1 army, but it's 2 armies coming in. Yeah, Art know where he needs to be. Tries to split up. Shield battery is going to be depowered. Best case scenario here for Nikic. Is best case scenario. Suddenly half or most of the site defense here non-factor. Get some decent force fields, but again, there's only 1 immortal here. Yeah, Art, he didn't split up correctly. He did not split up well. He has too much towards the south side, not enough towards the north. Nikic is breaking through, and this is one of those mistakes that we were hoping for, right? Nikic was hoping for this mistake. Art, he did not split correctly. Once again, he does not pull in with all of his immortals. Storm doesn't quite connect. Now Archie will defend the southern army, but here towards the top side, oh, he's just being creeped away at. Again, Nikic, he deals with a third of the army at a time. The first third, then the second third. Never everything all at once. Takes down the mineral line, and Nikic, wow, he's doing it. Nikic, he's brought it back. He takes down the expansion. Art, well, I mean, we said earlier how Nikic had the tools to defend against the Adepts. Likewise, Art, he had the tools to defend against this 3 base all-in, but alas, completely out of position and was unable to split up his army well enough against this. And now Art is in trouble. Yeah, now this army is just tiny in comparison. There's immortals, but there's no support. Yeah, there's no support here. Despite that, is holding on. Is fighting decently well. Likewise, Zealots into the main base, but Nikic, he's brought it back. He defends, he shuts down the Zealots. Still the War Prism between the bases. What happened to all the High Templar? 7 High Templar went down! Oh my god. I think I missed some of them falling here towards the top side. That's 7 High Templar falling. We did not see 7 Storms. We saw like 2 at most. We saw 2 Storms. More High Templar warping in. Nikic moving forward. Alas, the Storm is once again a little bit lackluster. Does take down a couple of Hydras, a couple of Roaches. Nikish rotating over. Hey, he took down the mineral line, took down the expansion. So far doing well. Takes out an Archon as well. Again, no other shield batteries here in position. Just the one in the mineral line. And even though he's trading relatively well, he no longer has that bank. He no longer has the advantage. Not what he needed. And with that, Arm moving forward. Hydras, they start to step in. They take down another Immortal. Nikish backing off, rotating around. Again, very nice pickoffs. Takes down what? An Immortal, 3 Archons. Rotates around. Here, no static defense, no cannons, no shield batteries. Oh! Nikish has to be careful to overextend himself, as that's a lot of High Templar, that's a lot of Storms. So Nikish pulling away. Bearing in mind, Nikish hasn't droned. Bearing in mind that he has been stuck on 66, if not less, workers the entire time. He is transferring, but that's only because he's running out of minerals. Just maintaining the 3-base all in. So very low economy here for both players. Archie does re-expand, does re-establish. So we go. Archie is moving in. He's got their Storms ready. Doesn't have much support for the army though. Again, it's just a couple of Archons and a couple of Immortals. Decent Storms. Oh my god. Much better Storms towards the end. The Storms, they shut down the Hydras. Zealots bust in. And Arch, so, despite not really having much with his army, he is breaking through. It's mainly Roach. It's mainly Roach at this point. He gets 1 Immortal. There's 3 Immortals left. Zealots take him in from behind. Oh, wow, and Arch, he's bringing it back. I say that, more Hydras coming in. There's no more Storms. Where are the Storms? Get out of here. There's no Storms left. And without Storm, the Hydras, they come in, they shut this down, they force the recall. Whew. Getting another Immortal. 2 Immortals barely survive. 2 Immortals make it back home. And we're getting scrappy. It's getting very scrappy here. Remember, Nikish, he never drones, so he's stuck on 48 workers. He's stuck on essentially a 2-base economy. It's a 2-base economy here for Nikish. He's just now taking bottom right. Now transferring. Likewise, Art, he's also essentially on 2-base economy as well. Like, also running out of patches, running out of resources. Let's go. This fight could go either way. Honestly, it's gonna come down to the Storms. It's gonna come down to the Storms and the force fields if we warp in any sentries. But now just gonna be Storms. Hydra split off. Nikish spreading out his Archons. Spreading out its forces. We need those Storms though. Alas, the Hydras are gonna be barely going down. Still a rough trade. Another High Templar, no! He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3! Oh my god, almost every single one! All the this is deja vu. Deja vu. Every High Templar goes down, he gets 1 Storm off. Ay, Art! You had what you needed! Este Art, ay. Getting pulled apart once again. This is what happened like, what, 10 minutes ago? The same thing happened where we saw Nikish split up his army, hit both locations, and Art, he was just wasn't able to respond. He was not able to respond. Once again, 4th base goes down. Yo, Art, we gotta tighten up, Pappy. Gotta tighten up. Okay, more High Templar. Okay, calm down. Keep the. We gotta take care of them. We have to babysit the High Templar. Look after them, Pappy. Look after them. Not again. Has 13 High Templar have gone down so far. Let's go. They do threaten a dive. Likewise, Nikish, he will break down that, or clean up whatever's left at the expansion. And as the dust settles here, I mean, it's so important that he was able to deny the mining base. The most crucial base here for Art. So Art, he has no economy, not left over. He has a decent army here, but alas, he cannot sustain himself. And the longer this goes on, the better it should be for Nikic. As Nikic has a fresh mining base. That's what's important. He has that mining base. Nikic, he commits here in towards the main, likewise pushing in towards the third base. Oh, storms popping up. Oh my god, the storms. Storms are insane. One more storm would have killed everything. The army is so low. One more storm. Alright, he pulls back. Has plenty of High Templar. Again, Nikic, he's got fresh mining, taking another expansion. Art, he has to do something about this. He doesn't know. He sees the northern base, but he doesn't see the southern expansion. Not yet. Building up his forces. Still building up. Looking to expand, taking a fresh fourth base. True, but can he hold on to it? That's another question. Nikic is moving in. Once again, looking to deny. Oh, so close. Again, he has to respect those storms. Takes down an Archon. And Nikic once again splitting over his army, going for another push. Does go for that split push, breaking down that front door, distracting at the natural. Art having a hard time keeping up. Decent storms. Storms do zone away, but these Hydras are getting out of hand. They're getting far too much damage. Hydras moving in, cleaning up all those gateways. Oh! Files didn't quite connect. Just some defensive storms. And Nikic, he should be able to overwhelm this. And again, it's been a wild back and forth. Both players have had their moments in this game. Both players have had their advantages. Oh my god, the storms are crazy, but again, there's no support, there's nothing left. The High Templar go down, GG gets called, and Nikic, he claws his way back into this game. He does take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Nikic does take lead. Again, a very intense back and forth. Honestly, Art, he was in an amazing position. Art, he was ahead. Art, after the Adept at Oracle Harass, and after scouting the lack of mining at the fourth base, Art, all he had to do was defend and survive the pushes. But if you remember, it was in that moment when Nikic pushed where Art did rotate towards the south side, and unfortunately he was out of position. In that moment, that's when Nikic cleaned up all the shield batteries, all the cannons. That's when he shut down the sack defense at the northern base, and we saw Art was having a hard time splitting up his army and cutting his army in half and defending both locations at once. We saw that happen twice actually in that game, in 2 different moments where Art was just having a really hard time splitting and accurately kind of separating his army in such a way that he had 2 competitive forces. Instead, he had a harder time, and with that, he was pulled apart. He was pulled apart then and there. GG, well played. Very impressive comeback there out of Nikic to recover from being at such a deficit by committing to a 3-base all-in and making it scrappy as well. Very scrappy, very back and forth. Even after that initial fight that went Nikic's way, where he was able to kill the expansion, Art also had a good moment as well when he pushed, when he took down the northern base as well, when he landed some amazing storms. Very back and forth, very messy. GG. GG, well played. Nikic does take a lead, but now we are getting ready for our next game. Getting ready for game number 2. We're getting ready for game 2. Un momento. Looks like we might have some issues. Very good. We're just getting ready for our next game, just catching up in the chat. Catching up. See in chat. Chronic, has this been going on all night? I went to sleep. This was Going, wake up, it's still going. Well, if you didn't know, here on the CranKy Ducklings, we do cast StarCraft more than any other channel out there, so we're often live multiple times a day, every single day. So as Kuro did respond, it was a different tournament. This is our third tournament so far today. We were casting the Korean StarCraft League, over 12 hours ago, and then we were casting Masters 1 Open, and now we're here with Firegrow Cup. So 3 different events so far today. Technically, we were scheduled to cast 4 events today, but we did decide to remove one of them because we wanted to get some sleep at some point. So that was a thing. That was a thing. But yeah, we cast more than anyone else out there, so we got the quality, Bobby. That's all. That's what we got. That's all we got. We're committed. The passion, Bobby. The passion is real. Yeah, unfortunately, it's gotten to a point where there's too much casting going on, as in we are unfortunately turning down events to cast just because our schedule is so full and so jam-packed. I think an example of that, we raided StarCraft Evolution earlier because StarCraft Evolution, they're covering Code A at the moment, the first Code A edition. It was actually going over this event, right? So we're dedicated to Firegrow Cup, so we weren't able to cast StarCraft Evolution. That's another event that's going on that's also happening at the same time. But what I can say is that we're probably going to be covering that via replays. We'll probably do a replay cast of Code A, StarCraft Evolution Code A, but we'll probably do that another day. And again, we have to like find like a time over the next couple of weeks where we actually have like a free slot available, because we're our schedule's usually really busy. Busy, man, busy. We'll find a place for it, though. We'll find a place. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our Red Zerg player. Our Red Zerg representing Alien Esports, leading the series 1-0. From the land of Belarus, it is Nicoract. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Quasar down in the series, but that was a scrappy, messy game. It can clearly go back and forth. I want to see an ace match. It is Art. Here we go. So we're jumping into game number 2. We'll see how this story ends. Personally, again, I'm greedy. I would love to see an ace match between these 2 players, but the pressure is now on Art. Now, as a reminder, winding it back a little bit, if you recall, Art did open up in a standard fashion last game. It was a Stargate opener into Oracle, but remember, Art, instead of making a second Oracle, he went for a Twilight Council Gateway Explosion into hidden Glaive Adepts. That was the initial build of Art, so we'll see if he does something similar. Personally, I don't like the idea of going for that build 2 games in a row, or even multiple times in a series. In a best of 3 here, I think it's too risky, especially at this level of play, so most likely we're going to be seeing something different, and I'm sure Art has plenty of the builds up his sleeve. He could go into a standard game instead, multiple Oracle into a faster third base. He could go Stargate into Void Ray, into Fleet Beacon, into like Tempest Rush or Carrier Rush. We could see an early Twilight Council into Blink, into a 3 base all-in with 8 gateways with Mass Blink Stalker. Like, there are definitely possibilities here for Art, so we'll see what he goes for. We could even see a Twilight Council opener into Dark Shrine, into Archon drop. Like, again, there's a lot here. We'll see what we'll see what it is. Waiting for the Cybercore to finish up. Likewise, we do have Nikish just droning, Hatch Gas Pool droning, taking his queens, and will soon take his third. Soon take his third base. Once he is secure, Cybercore is done. Based on the pylon location, this could be hidden tech. Usually if it's a Stargate opener, you want to throw down the Stargate a little bit further out. So this is an interesting location for the pylon, is what I will say. Yeah, okay. Stargate has been thrown down. And the Overlord doesn't actually scout, does pull away. Oh, never mind. We're trying to avoid the Stalker. Nikish, get out of here. Get out of here. Does float away. But unfortunately doesn't quite get confirmation as to what's going on. Not yet. Now, we'll see if this is an Oracle or a Void Ray first. Technically, we could see a Phoenix. Phoenix openers are very niche, though. Very niche, and we don't know what to expect them. Nikish taking his third base, as we mentioned, just droning. Standard opener out of our Zerg player. Stargate soon about to finish. And there it is, Oracle first. And so far, looks normal, looks standard, right? Oracle opener, this should lead into a third base, into a second Oracle, into a third Oracle. But we also saw this same start last game, and it took a very different turn. So our eyes have to be on Art. Likewise, Nikic also has to be on top of Art as well. Speaking of, here comes that Overlord. As if on cue is coming in to confirm what the hell's going on, this time he wants to know for certain what exactly is happening.
Birth successful.
And he does float in. First Oracle does move out. This time third base gets thrown down. Lings, they do almost make their way in. They do pull out. Nikishi doesn't want to waste his Lings. Doesn't want to throw them away. And Nikishi confirms second Oracle. Second Oracle's on the way. And he also saw the timing of the third base. This time it's an earlier third base. This time there is an Oracle. This time it's a standard build. Okay. we can calm down. We can calm down. This time it's going to be a standard build here out of Nikic. Ooh, that was a kill on the Spore Crawler. Ay. Nice pick up there from Nikic. Meanwhile, we do see the Nexus is halfway done. Now it's time for the Forge. The Forge, the Twilight Council, this should be +1 in Blink. I say should be. Technically, this could be +1 in Charge. There's definitely a build where you can go into Charge, into Archons, into a Charge timing instead. That is accessible, that is viable here for Art. But more or less, I'm leaning towards +1 Blink Stalkers. Leaning more towards a standard game. Meanwhile, Adepts, they do move out, making their way towards the third base. Again, these are just harassing vanilla Adepts. There's no Glaives. No Glaive, shades into the mineral line, gets one, gets up, almost two. One drone so far, cleans up all the Lings. I mean, not bad. And where are the rest of the Lings here? Nikic being greedy. Being far too greedy here, and is going to be punished for it. So far, 4 drone kills for 4 Adepts. Not the worst trade here for Nikic. Could have been worse. Definitely could have been a lot worse. Art's looking for a way in. Alas, spores are ready. Oh, gets a drone. Gets one, gets two. Not bad, getting up to 8 kills in total. Is on a bit of an A move though. Has to be careful, has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. 9 drone kills in total. Link counterattack gets no damage. RT does warp in time. And as we had assumed, it is going to be +1 in Blink. So standard follow-up into Blink Stalkers. We throw down additional tech as well. That's going to be a Temple Archives into Storm, into Archons, which means gases are going to be taken. Yep, gases are taken here at the third base, which means a 4th is on the horizon. So Art, he's not going for a 3-base all-in. He's not committing to an early timing. He's planning to expand. So Art is going to be expanding. Meanwhile, from the side of Nikic, where exactly are we? Well, we're on 3-base saturation. We're on 3-base saturation. 4th expansion's on the way. We are taking up from Roaches with +1 range into Hydras. I do apologize, I was focusing a lot on what Art was up to. Across the map, Nikic, he went for a standard opener into a safety Roach Warren, despite not needing it. Did go for a safety Roach Warren. +1 range tells us it's going to be Roach Hydra. And of course, we have the Hydra deck already thrown down and underway. So this is going to be Roach Hydra here out of Nikic. He's knocking down the gold base, or the rocks at the gold. This signifies that most likely he wants to expand here. But what I'm most curious by is Nikic going to drone? Because just like last game, how many drones? 66. What does that mean? 3-base. 3-base saturation. We could see another 3-base all-in, as there's still 0 droning going on. He might even take this base and just transfer and stay on a low drone count anyway, and have a boosted 3-base economy. Meanwhile, upgrades are about to finish. Upgrades are finishing up. +1, Roach speed, Hydra speed, no drones. That's what's important here. No droning whatsoever. It is an all-in. So 3-base all-in out of Nikic. Meanwhile, Art, he's getting a 4th base. And we need to secure that 4th as well. We need static defense. We need to get ready here for the push. Storm is going to finish, is going to be ready in time. And here comes the all-in. Here comes Nikic. Again, just staying on 3 bases. Just like the previous game, this 4th base also means that as he runs out of mineral patches, he can transfer. He can transfer over towards the 4th base just to maintain that 3-base economy. Just so he can maintain himself. Likewise, because he's not droning, that means he can't afford like Hive Tech, Vipers, Lurkers, any kind of big tech transition like that. So don't expect to see that anytime soon. Just pure Roach Hydra. So far denying some of these side defense. Storm zones away. Oh no! Oh, the oracles are gonna get picked up. Massive overstep there from Art. Throws away the oracles. We could have seen some stasis traps. Or even counterattacks as well. Speaking of, stasis does go up on the right hand side. Not bad. This time Art, he defends. He defends the right. Here toward the left hand side, he's buying time with more storms. He has one storm left. Does have one storm remaining. Has to be careful. Stasis runs out. Oh. And throws down the storm. Down to 3 High Templar. Down to 1. 1 High Templar warping in. And he wants the Immortal. He gets it. Immortal goes down. Yeah, Art having a harder time. Back in the natural. He will still defend though. There's just not enough to break through. And Nikic, he droned. I do apologize, but he did drone up. Did miss that throughout the fight. Did saturate his 4th base. What does that mean? That means Infestation Pit. He's taking. So it looks like Nikic, this time he recognizes he cannot kill his opponent. He cannot kill Art, so now he's droning, now he's taking gases, and now he's teching towards Hive, towards Lurkers. Now what I will say is that this tech and these drones are late. This is late here for the Zerg player, so I do favor Art coming into the mid game. I mean, look at this. He's got plenty of High Templar, Immortals. The composition for Art is greater than that of just pure Roach Hydra. So Art, he can and will take a better fight. The question becomes, is Art going to push or is Art going to turtle until Sky Toss? Because here comes a Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon is on the way. Does he turtle? Does he move out? So far punishing these Hydras. He punishes too. A couple of Stalkers go down. Art, he is pushing. He's going to be pushing as he moves out. Nikic is moving in. Art is somewhat in position. Oh, getting distracted. That is a lot of High Templar. One Storm does zone more than anything. See Art trying to gain ground. Mothership is on the way. Oh, High Templar gets one, he gets 2. 2 High Templar go down. Massive pickups. Storms are good, but those are expensive losses here for Art. And Art, he has no War Prism. He has no way to reinforce. I say that. Prisms across the map instead, getting into the mineral line. Art, he pushes up towards the gold. Nice storms. Yeah, storms they pull. They shut down the Hydras. Very nice storms. And Art, he's pulling this off. He is pulling this off. There's barely not enough. And Nikic is being overwhelmed. The GG gets called. Nikic, he cannot keep up. And Art, he will take game 2 and tie up the series. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. And again, a big reason for Art snowballing out of control, just to emphasize it once again, is that Nikic was all in. He was all in on 3 bases, and transitioning out of an all in means that there's a period in time where you're vulnerable, because he was teching and droning at the same time instead of like a more seamless transition into the late game. So he was trying to work towards Hive, trying to work towards Lurkers and Vipers and all things Hive tech, and droning at the same time, which means his army was lacking. His army was lacking and he just did not have enough to hold on. We saw in that main fight, Art could not be stopped. He could not be stopped. He did break through. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. We are going to the ace match. Whew. And we'll see how this story ends. Again, it was still a very intense moment there for Art as he was losing and bleeding out some High Templar. Nikic trying to go for the counterattack but wasn't quite able to. And this leads us here into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing his new team, Alien Esports, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Nikic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing his new team, Quasar. It is Art. Fighting back and tying things up. Here we go. It all ends here. It all ends on Whispers of Gold. I see someone asking in the chat, can he charge the High Templar? I assume you're saying the energy overcharge. The answer is yes. Yes. Energy overcharge. Or I should say, this is also why High Templar as a supportive unit or as a tech transition has been a lot more trendy, has been a lot more popular, and been a lot more meta in PvZ. Partially because of the NG overcharge. It means that you can warp in a High Templar, you can NG overcharge and instantly have a storm. Instantly have a storm available. In general, NG based units have been improved as a result, whether it's High Templar with Storm or even Oracles with their energy as well. Oracles, Sentries. So that's why we've been seeing more Storm-based compositions in the mid-game, more so than Colossus-based compositions in the mid-game, at least in this matchup, in PvZ. A little bit more in PvT as well, to be fair. I mean, in PvT you get both, right? It's a little bit different. Here we go. From here, we are going to be settling in. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Nikic. Likewise, Art's going for his own gate expand into Cybercore as well. Nothing crazy in the early game. Really, our eyes are going to be on our players coming into the mid game. Also, I apologize, I should introduce the map. Welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold is a rush map. This is a rush map. This has the shortest rush distance out of all the maps in the current map pool. Likewise, third base is exposed. Triangular third base as well. These bases are more vulnerable. The reason for this, unlike on other maps, there is no ramp coming into the natural. There's no ramp coming into the linear third base, and there's no, or I should say, there's a large wide ramp coming into the triangular third base. On top of that, these rocks can be knocked down to reduce the time it takes to get across the map even further. In general, aggression is favored on this map, and speaking of aggression, Twilight Council. For the first time this series, Twilight Council opener out of Art. We did see Glaive Adepts in game 1, but remember, that was Stargate into delayed Glaive Adepts. That was a different build out of Art. This is straight up Twilight Council. This could be Glaives or even a Dark Shrine. So far, he doesn't pull out a gas. No pulling out typically means DTs. So he does stay in gas. Ooh, Glaives on the way. Doesn't pull out. Now, this could be one of two things. This could be Glaives plus Dark Templar, or Glaives and... Actually, does he go for the Robo? Huh. Okay. Getting up to 4 gates, no Robo yet, staying in the Gas Geyser. Now, I was going to say one of two things. This could be Glaives plus Dark Templar, or this could be like 6-gate Glaive Adepts. Speaking of 6-gate Glaive Adepts, we do have 5 gates on the way. Oh, it's proxied! Oh, hello. I was confused. I was like, where's the Robo? Where's the Warp Prism? There is no Robo. There's a proxy instead across the map. So basically, we're able to afford extra gateways and extra warp pins because we're not wasting or spending money on a Robo or a Warp Prism. So this is a unique variation of Glaive Adepts. We have so far 4 gates at home, 1 across the map. I believe we can afford a 6th gateway. I believe 2 gases can facilitate for that. But for now, it's going to be 5-gate Glaives, and here come the Adepts. Yeah, they're warping across the map. Nikic, he sees nothing. He sees nothing, but he does confirm there's no expansion, so something is wrong. Something is wrong, something is amiss. He has a safety Roach Warren. Roach Warren is done, Roaches are on the way, but here come the Adepts, and they're hitting earlier than normal. Behind this, we do have a Robo on the way. This might be for Immortals, for a 2-base all-in follow-up. Remember, there is no third base, there's no third expansion. Adepts are moving in. They shade towards the mineral lines. Roach is trying to keep up. Roaches do keep up. But now going for the expansion, no mining going on, but so far no economic damage. So far Nikic, he does hold on, he does defend. As Artie's building up more Adepts. Oh, going for the expansion, the base is getting low. Again, there's not that many Roaches here to actually fight this head on. Yeah, Lings, they just melt, Roaches, they get surrounded. And the Mass Adept is overwhelming the Roaches. How many Roaches in total do we have? 13. They are struggling. Ravager goes down, another Roach falls. But the Roach count is slowly building up. And as you did assume here, it is going to be Immortal production back at home. Adepts, they do come into the shade, going for the mineral line. A bit of a misclick there on that Roach Warren. They do get a couple of worker kills, but still no major economic damage. Not yet. Until now. Shades is the main. Doesn't targetify the worker, going for the Roaches instead. And so far, this is still okay for Nikic, but oh, the kill count is getting a little bit higher here. More Adepts are shading in towards that natural. They get another drone. Adepts going for the expansion. And remember, we're massing up Immortals. We have 1 so far, soon to be a 2nd Immortal. Building up sentries, getting ready for the Soul Train. Can he get the third expansion? No, sure, yeah, he's not going to get it. Doesn't get the expansion. Has to pull out. And the question becomes, does Art have enough to break through this army? I mean, with the Immortals, right? He's getting a third Immortal now. 3 Immortals, that's a lot of Immortals. Oh, he's gonna get it. He gets the base. No, Shorty comes back. He comes back. The Shade comes in, and he will snipe the expansion. Massive pickoff. Brings down the third. That is gonna impact the economy and the production for Nickish. Nickish, he gets supply blocked. Does get supply blocked from losing the base. Roaches, they try to move out. So Immortals are revealed. And Nickish is in trouble. He's making Overlords. That's all he can make right now. Making Overlords. Roaches, they pull back. Ravager's now morphing in. Ravager's going to be a key factor here in the defense. It's going to be close. I'll be honest, I do favor Art here. Like, Art, he's got 3 Immortals. He has Force Fields. That's 5 Sentries. That's a lot of Force Fields. Does move in. Queens, they come forward. True. They can transfuse. Meanwhile, one Roach gets caught. A Queen as well. Yeah, Queen goes down. Decent pickoffs. But ideally, Art, he wants more. Yeah, catching out 3 more Roaches. Does avoid the Vials. Yeah, the Vials, they do connect. They shut down the Force Fields. Despite that, though, they actually lock down the army. Yeah, the army is pinned back. So far, sold Force Fields here by Art. He is doing well. Trading efficiently, but he's running out of energy here. And there might just be too many Roach Ravager, or there just might be too much Roach Ravager here. Might be too much. Oh! Some Biles did connect. Are being forced back. Ooh, another Bile takes down a Sentry. Massive pickup. Again, running out of Force Fields. Those are lackluster. And he's out. He's out of Force Fields. No more Force Fields available. He does Shade pass. He commits. Uh-oh. Does commit to the Shade. Diving into the natural, shading into the main. Does leave the Immortals idle. Getting 5 more drone kills. Shades into the main base, catching even more transferring workers. Oh, 11 more drones. Oh, this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. 11 drone kills. Immortals push in. They try to catch out the Queens. Adepts, they do shade out. Some of them do escape. They try to. Now, what's important here is that, yes, we're crippling the economy. Yes, Nikic, he has no economy. He's down to, what, 26 workers, but he has a massive army, so he can still pull off an all-in. After he defends, he can move out. He does have Roach Speed. He has Roach Speed, and meanwhile, back at home, Art, he races back. He's on 2 bases. He has 5 Immortals. Unfortunately, locked in. Disruptors on the way. Uh-oh. And with 5 Immortals, I think Art's going to be okay. I mean, looking at the army size here, 28 Roaches. It's going to be close. 28 Roaches, 6 Ravagers. That 1 Disruptor is going to be a big factor as well. No longer does 1-shot Roach Ravager, but still does a massive amount of damage. Another Disruptor's on the way. And it's all or nothing. At this point, it's all or nothing for Nikic. He has to break through. Either he kills Art or he dies trying. He's moving in. Oh! Never goes off. Takes down, what, 1 Roach? 1.5. Blackbear's army's moving in. Another Nova goes off, and it will not connect. A bit of miscontrol there from Art. Roach Raptor moving in. Nice Force Fields locking down most of the army. And Roaches, they just were not engaging. Otherwise, Biles don't connect. Base taking a lot of hits, tanking shots. Biles do trigger the shields. Mortals move in. Once again, Biles like, oh my god, the connections are brutal. The Biles. Nova's available. Nova goes off. Ooh, massive connection. And with that Nova, does he have enough to break through? He does not. Yeah, Art he holds. Art he holds on. He shuts down the all-in. That last Nova was brutal. Despite the Biles connecting, he had enough. Even the Nexus coming into play, just tanking some shots. And with that, Art he holds. He does hold on. Nikic, he's only now droning. Oh, this is late. Late droning, late saturation. It's a rough decision to make. He's trying to macro out of this. Evo chamber for upgrades. Ay, ay, ay. And Nikic is in a rough position. He's in a very rough position here. Basically, all this droning is late. The droning is late, the economy is delayed, likewise the tech as well. The upgrades, all is delayed here for Nikic. Meanwhile, Art now has a third. He's on a third expansion. He preserved most of the disruptors. He preserved some of the immortals. He has a Colossus on the way. The army quality here for Art is just getting better and better. Sure, he has no upgrades as well. Like, that is a bit of an awkward part about this, is that, you know, it's been very aggressive for both players. So no upgrades for Art either, but still, the power units are here. The power units are here for Art, and that's what matters. Disruptors, I didn't care about your upgrades. Nikic, he peels off a couple of roaches. I do like this. So as Nikic tries to defend, he goes for a counterattack. Biles say buy time. Roaches are on the way. And does he force a recall? That's Nikic's hope, is that he forces a recall that maybe finds some damage. Nikic just has to buy time. Roaches that hit the expansion. There's a recall. That's what he wanted. Does force a recall. He will bleed out some roaches here, but that's worth it. This is worth it for Nikic. He's just buying time. Building up more army. Oh god, god. Gets caught out though. Nice force fields here by Art. Oh no, rally's back in. Yeah, missed rally here by Nikic. Trying to push forward. Bleeds out a lot of roaches. Suddenly, I'm not so sure that was as worth it. But Nikic does maintain map control. He maintains. He's on 47 workers. He's building up some more roaches. Nikic, he's attempting to recover. Oh my god. Wow, they do shut down one of the sentries. Not bad. One sentry does go down. Disruptor's coming in. Nova gets a Ravager. Art, he is deep on creep. Let's see if Nikic can pull this off. The Wiles, they don't quite connect. They zone away. Meanwhile, at Eps, they shade into the mineral line. 4 more drone kills. Distracting Nikic. Art, he does rotate. He pulls away, thankfully. He doesn't push further onto creep. He's playing this safe. He backs off. He rotates over towards the right-hand side. Clearing up those active tumors. I guess she does have a lot of Roach Ravager. Wiles. Oh! They do connect! Oh my god. Yeah, brutal connections. Art, he just takes them to the face. Time and time again. Can Nikic pull this off? Oh my god. To calm down. Nikic going for another run by. Alas, this time he gets caught out. Oof. He does get caught. Roach Ravager from behind. Novas go off. The Novas! Oh, massive connections. Yeah, the connections are brutal. And that was a better trade here for Art. Yeah, you can see Nikic plummet in supply. That was not it. He was trying to be cheeky, hoping to catch out those High Templar or those Disruptors. Didn't quite get them. And Art, he rotates once again. This time with 3 Colossus. Jeez, that's a lot of Colossus. Oh my god. It's a lot of Colossus back. Shaving on more roaches, never goes off. This time catches another Ravager. Biles, they take down one of the Colossus. The Biles, they pop up. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Like, the Biles are great and all. They're picking up a couple of key units here and there. Even here, we're just standing in the Biles. Oh god, we just stand in the Biles. But he breaks through the defensive line. Nikic just doesn't have enough to keep going. The expansion is going to go down for a second time. And Nikic cannot sustain these losses, not on 2 bases, not on 2 half bases even, of 1 base economy. And this hasn't been the cleanest attack or the cleanest assault from Art, but it's been good enough. it's been good enough, Pappy. It's fine. This is when he loses another Colossus to a Bile. Oh no. Not again. As Art is pushing forward. Catching out more roaches, going for the would-be 4th base. And GG gets caught. It becomes too much here. He does overwhelm, and Art, he will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the next round. GG. Hi, yeah, GG, well played. That was stressful, probably. GG, well played. For the most part, Art was in the driver's seat, but there were a couple of key moments for Nikic. There were a couple of nice moments for him when it came to his biles, when it came to his Ravagers, when it came to his run-bys. Nikic, he definitely had some moments here in this game, but losing the third base and losing those workers was definitely brutal there and difficult to recover from. If you remember, Nikic, he was essentially all in. He was essentially all in after he had initially defended or deflected the initial adepts. He had to commit, he had to end the game then and there, and if you recall, he wasn't able to. If you recall, the disruptors were coming out just in time for that defense to save the third base, and after that defense, Art, he was looking quite comfortable. Not completely, but you know, comfortable enough with that GG. With that GG, well played. Art, he will claim the series, and we have to figure out where we are and where we are headed as we are getting ready for round 2. Let's go. Who's up next? So coming into round 2 here, we do have, basically it's a Swiss format. The way this works here is that it is a Swiss format. We have 16 players. 16 players. We have Nicoract, DeathMars, P-Power, Strange, GgMaChine, Wayne, Art, MilkiCow, Nikic, Protozaver, Sub-Zero. I have a lot of players. 16 players have lined up here, and right now coming into round 2, all the players that won their first round matches play against each other, all the losers play against each other as well. That is how a Swiss format works, is the winners play against winners, losers play against losers. So we're going to be following Art. We're going to follow Art into that next series. Art, he advances on to round 2 to face off against GgMaChine in another PvZ. Meanwhile, Nikic gets knocked down also to the next round, but he's playing against Eastos. Eastos just lost against Nicoract. Meanwhile, GgMaChine, he just took down Sub-Zero, who I believe is the caster. So just slipping into some DMs and letting them know. Oh. Beautiful. Okay, I guess I can show off the Wikipedia to make things a little bit more clear, hopefully. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the Wikipedia page while Vitas are underway. So we have a little bit of time. Oh, that's from previous broadcast. Bam. There we there we go. Okay, we have 16 players. Oh god, that's a lot of players. We have 16 players lining up, but maybe this is a little bit cleaner here. There we go. We have round 1. We have the round 1 matches. They actually have already concluded, and as you can see here, we're getting into round 2. You can see the round 2 matches here on the right hand side. They've yet to be filled out, but I can confirm that of course we do have Art going up against GgMaChine. As here you can see here in round 1, GgMaChine did take down Sub-Zero, Art took down Nikic, so these two now play against each other in round 2. And again, hopefully that is going to be updated on Wikipedia. And we do have a moment to set up our matches and to get things ready. Art versus GgMaChine. Beautiful. Beautiful. But yeah, when it comes to all the players here, we have Nicoract, Eastos, DeathMars, UED Soldier, Power, Replicant, Strange, Sickness, GgMaChine, Sub-Zero, Wayne, Protozaver, Art, Nikic, and MilkiCow, and the final player, Vasoro? Vasoro. So we have 16 players. And I believe, quickly checking here, yes, it is top 8. Top 8 do advance to the playoffs. Playoffs are going to be tomorrow. As you can see down here, we have the playoff bracket, double elimination. That is going to be broadcasted tomorrow at this time. So same time tomorrow is going to be the playoff bracket. We will get there. For the time being, we're focusing on the group stage. Again, Swiss format group stage. Oh boy. So we're going to be cutting this group in half. Cutting it in half. So best of luck to all the players. Coming into this, we have a lot of favorite players, that is true. But what I will say here, in a Swiss format, it can be really unforgiving. It can be really brutal. Just because so just mentioning some of the players. But it can be really brutal because unlike a round robin format where you play against everyone, here if you get a little bit unlucky when it comes to the first round, it can lead into a really awkward position. For example, I would say that Nikic, he's one of the top players here. Like, Nikic is a very strong player, but because he lost the first round, Nikic, he's suddenly forced into a lower bracket match, and then if he loses that one, like depending on who he's up against, like things can go from bad to worse suddenly. And I want to say that we even had some upsets last month because of that, where certain players had some really rough matches and they did not make it out of the group stage where they otherwise would have if it was like round robin, for example. So yeah, this can be a bit of a more unforgiving kind of format, but it's also a way to kind of to slim down the broadcast. This used to be a 3-day event. It used to be 2 groups. Group A was 1 day, Group B another day, and then the playoffs. But here we've been able to consolidate and slim things down to 2 days instead. 2 days of broadcasts, less matches. Here we go. So 2 days of Fire Grow Cup instead of 3. I mean, there's still the qualifiers, of course, but yeah, that's 2 days instead. Just catching up with the chat. Oh, este password, papi. Este password. Hola, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Hope you're doing well. Buenos días. Buenos días. Este password. Hope you are doing well. Hope to see you in the next HSL. Of course, we're still covering the HSL. We casted the first 4 groups this week, and we're going to be casting the next 4 groups next week. So we're slowly catching up on the HSL, on the Hispanic Star League. Shout out to Password. Otherwise, it looks like we might go on a short break. It looks like our players need a little bit more time to conduct their vetoes before we jump in. Also, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout out to MilkiCow. MilkiCow is also, of course, he's the organizer, the host of the event. It does provide the prize money and does, of course, admin and make sure that everything is running smoothly. Not just MilkiCow, I believe Hatsu also working behind the scenes to make sure everything is running as smoothly as possible. So big shout out to the admin team, big shout out to the casters, the organizers, big shout out to Mindle. Great guy, Bobby, great guy. MilkiCow. As nowadays he is kind of like taking a bit of a step back from competing as much and streaming and running tournaments. Still does compete though, still has some really good results. It's always surprising to me because like now I'm kind of seeing him more in the light of like a caster and an organizer, and then we see him like in a tournament like take down some like otherwise bigger names in the EU region. It's like, oh damn, like Mindo, he's still got it. Still a solid player as well. But otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break. It shouldn't be too long, but a couple of minutes here. And once we're done, we're going to be jumping into GgMaChine versus Art. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back with some more Fire Grow Cup. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second round of the Fire Cup 8 group stage. We are jumping into our second series of the broadcast, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have our blue Protoss player representing Quasar. It is Art. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg himself. It is GgMaChine. Very young up-and-comer in the scene, in the region, and we'll see if he can succeed where Nikic otherwise did fail. As we're getting into our fresh best of 3. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as you do have a couple of minutes here to get your Gamba going and predict on who you think will claim it. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, as now we are going to be settling in. GgMaChine, he can be a little bit more aggressive. I will take note that, of course, Nikic was very all-in last game. I mean, I should say, we didn't actually get to really see Nikic get up to a proper 4-base saturation. He attempted to an amygdala, but that was after the failed all-in, right? Like, we did see a lot of mid-game aggression out of Nikic. We'll see if GgMaChine is similar, or if we see something very different out of our Zerg player. We'll see. We shall see. But now, standard openers. No proxy, no early gases, no early roach war, nothing too crazy like that coming into our fresh series. So far, everything is above board. So far, at least. So we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Likewise, welcome one more to Ley Lines. Ley Lines, I would say, is a little bit more of a middle-of-the-road map. I think a lot of players do quite enjoy it. It's not as large as, say, the older maps in the map pool, like Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, King's Cove. We're not extreme like that. Likewise, it's not as small as Ultra Love or Whispers of Gold or even El Dorado. So a little bit more middle-of-the-road. I'll say probably the most standard map in the map pool. See how our players will approach this. So far, Stargate opener out of Art. We have seen a lot of quirky builds out of Art. True, we've seen him rush into Twilight Council, into Glaive Adepts with his, unique 5-gate Glaive builds without a robo. We've seen Stargate into Glaives as well. So our eyes are on Art to see if he does play standard or if he does deviate once again. We'll find out. Again, if you recall, the last time we casted Art on this map was when he had gone Stargate opener into Glaives, where he had just wreaked havoc across the map, but didn't take that game, actually, if you remember. He had a good start, a strong start, and then he struggled in the mid-game when it came to defending against the all-in. He did struggle to defend his 4th base, and eventually was torn apart. But we'll see. But now we're moving out. Ooh, early Evo Chamber. Very early Evo Chamber here by GgMaChine. I'm most likely going to plus on melee. So very Ling heavy early on. Yet there it is. Melee is on the way. Now, this early plus on melee typically signifies Ling Hydra. The reasoning why you want melee this early on. Ooh, did we scout? Did scout the Evo Chamber. Okay, good response. A lot's going on. Okay, first things first. The reason why you would go for this earlier plus on melee is because you intend to skip roaches. You intend to skip roaches to go into a faster lair and to go Ling Hydra. That's typically the intention here. Now, Art, he scouted this, which means, like we assumed, like we deduced, we're going to be skipping roaches, he also deduces that as well. So Art, he's like, hold up, if you're going to skip roaches, I can pop off. I can go Glaive Adepts. But the Overlord comes in for the scout, and he sees. GgMaChine, he sees, he confirms the early Twilight Council before the 3rd expansion, and he should know it's Glaives. He should know it's Glaive Adepts, and as a result, GgMaChine, he should either throw down a Roach Warren or a Bailey Nest, one or the other. The gas count is very low right now, that is true, but we need one or the other. Defending with purely Ling Queen is difficult to pull off. He's going for the lair first. Bold move. Bold move here by GgMaChine. Again, he should be fully aware as to what's going on. He should know. How does he respond? No, if he's able to defend with purely Ling Queen, I'm going to be very impressed. And oh my, that's 24 Lings on the way. That's a lot of Lings. And again, he typically wouldn't be making this many Lings, but because he's scattered what's going on, he needs something to defend. And this is a little bit greedy, right? This is a little bit of a greedy response because clearly he does want to commit to Ling Hydra or to Ling into Lair. There it is, safety Roach Warren, but this is a bit of a later Roach Warren here by GgMaChine. He's forced to make out so many of these Lings. How many so far? 33. Just massing Ling, getting ready for the Adepts. Adepts are coming. They get spotted. Adepts are spotted, Adepts are confirmed. GgMaChine doesn't quite wall off. And we'll see what kind of angle they can get. Can they get a surround? That's the hope. That's the ideal. Adepts, they commit. He does commit. Commits to the shade. The Lings, they surround some of the Adepts. Yeah, it's going to be enough. He's going to shut this down. And plus on melee, Lings, they annihilate the Adepts. Not the cleanest trade, but he shuts this down nonetheless. So he does clean up the Adepts one after the other. With that, he holds. And now it's time to even counterattack. It's time to move out. Now, making all these Lings was not very larva efficient. Because of this, the drone count is not ideal. The drone count is impacted by the amount of Lings that were made, as we have gases on the way. Lings, they hit the third. Oh, but so far Artie keeps up. Artie's in position. Lings are not getting much done yet. They head for the natural. Do head for the natural base. GgMaChine going for Ling Bane Roach Ravager, okay. Going for all three. Roach Warren, Baneliness, Roach Speed, +2 melee into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Let's go. A bit of an older school mid-game composition. You don't often see this anymore, but I appreciate it. Likewise, GgMaChine taking another expansion, joining one up. RT is stuck at home, throwing down additional gateways. What I find interesting, no blink. There's no blink, there's no charge. We have a gateway explosion and we have a prism on the way. We're going for a soul train. We're going for an all-in. But it's a weird one because it's only one immortal. Like usually we'd have 2-3 immortals with this. It's a lot of sentries, yes, but I don't know if there's enough firepower here. I mean, maybe I'm underestimating the power of one immortal, but it's only one. Let's go. The power of one immortal. We have how many sentries? 7 sentries, 13 adepts. Of course, the War Prism allows for reinforcements. True. But against Ling Bane Roach Ravager, I'm less convinced. GgMaChine getting ready for a surround. Coming in from behind. Nice force fields. Trying to look down the army. Adepts, they should shut down these Lings. Ravagers are not quite coming into play. There we go. Biles will connect. Ooh, grazing the army. 2 grazing the army. Lings did fall. Yeah, a bit of a messy engage there from GgMaChine. Wasn't able to get the fight he was hoping for. Now with that art, he maintains his position. GgMaChine going for a run by instead, going for a counterattack. He gets shut down. Uh-oh. And art, he's getting ground. He's moving forward. Say that up. The Biles. The Prism. Yeah, Prism goes down. Massive pickup. Biles do connect. Force the fight head on. The Immortal putting in a lot of work to target down the Ravagers. Ravagers are going to be fully, but here come the reinforcements. And GgMaChine, he should have enough. More than enough. Cleans up the army. Shuts down the sentries. And again, it was only one Immortal. And the Immortal should recall. Oh, barely does. And that was it. That was all that Art had. Behind this, he's trying to reinforce with Colossus. He's trying to warp in, but there's no 4th expansion. There's no 4th base. There is +2 at least. There's some tech to work with. But ideally, that was meant to at least bring down the expansion. Didn't even do that. And you can see GgMaChine just skyrocket ahead here. He's got a massive army, Roach Ravager, building up his Lings. Didn't even have to morph in any Banelings. I'm sure they would have helped, but didn't even need them. So here we go. He does hit the 4th, and there's no saving this. There's no saving the 4th base. The army has arrived, knocks down the expansion, forces the cancel. And really, that's all that GgMaChine has to do. Just deny the 4th over and over again. Here we go. The Banelings now coming into play. 38 Banelings in production. They do get spotted, but I'm not so sure they can be stopped. Sar pulls back. Bailings, they do morph in. Last they morph in. Art forced to expand towards the top side instead. Does take the northern expansion. GgMaChine coming in for the surround, trying to flank. Nice force fields. But last are going to be knocked down. Biles, they shut down the force fields. The stasis! Oh, massive stasis goes up. Very nice connection. Takes care of the most of the Bailings. But despite that, there still just might be too much. Yeah, Biles do connect, go for the Nexus. Not quite. Nexus does survive. Bailings about to run out of stasis. Uh-oh. Stasis is about to run out. Art, he has to be careful. He has to respect it. Bailings rolling in. Nice force fields. Oh, he goes for the expansion. Gets the Nexus. Does get it. Not bad. Does bring down the Nexus. Art still stuck on now a 2-base economy. Long distance mining. GgMaChine back at home has been left alone. That's what's important here. The 3rd base, the natural, the 4th, and now soon to be the 5th base have all been untouched. GgMaChine, he's lost only 2 drones this game. So his economy is getting out of hand, out of control. 72 workers. And he can max. He can max out on that Lingbane Roach Ravager. And I appreciate that he's teching as well. He's teching up. We have Infestation Pit, Hydroden, Hive Tech, Lurkers. He's getting ready in case he does need that next step, that next form. Doesn't need it, but just in case. And he set up the surround. And it comes in from behind. Biles, they shut down the Prism. Yeah, there's no juggling. There's no control there for those Colossus. They're not going to be saved. They're going to be targeted down one after the other. And now there's nothing left. There's no Colossus, no Immortals. A couple of Stalkers try to escape. But only Stalkers. And GgMaChine, what's he doing? He's snowballing out of control, baby. Let's go. Takes down the 4. GG gets called. And GgMaChine will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take a lead. Does take game 1. Again, a very intense game. And a really exciting back and forth. I just love the scouting and the reacting in the early game. Remember, Art, he scouted the early Evo chamber. He recognized no Bailings, no Roaches. It's got to be fast Ling speed, or sorry, fast pulse on melee into Lings. So he responded with Glaive Adepts. But then he got scouted. He got scouted, and ideally you would see the Zerg player droning and skipping out on some Lings and emphasizing less on their army. But because GgMaChine, because he scouted that Twilight Council, because he saw what was coming, he just mass produced Lings. Like, we saw him just hammer down that Z key, made so many Lings, and so by the time the Adepts arrived, he had enough Lings to surround and to overwhelm. Typically you don't see Lings trading well against Adepts, but he had enough, and plus on melee as well, to overwhelm. It was impressive. Impressive. GG well played. And then from there he just, you know, maintained control and snowballed out of control. I mean, a big part of that as well was the odd follow-up that Art had. I say odd just because, remember, it was like a Soul Train all in, without blink, without charge or anything. It was just sentries, adepts, and 1 immortal. just the one. So that 1 immortal had a lot on his shoulders, right? It had a lot of work to do, and it proved to be too much. He could not quite accomplish the damage he was hoping for, and GG well played. With that, we are getting into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Gonna be loading into Whispers. Next edition I'll work on that. Okay. Let's go. Looking forward to it, Password. Looking forward to it. And I hope you can get the other boys involved as well. I know that a lot of the other ex-Latin American players, you know, like Crown and everyone else, they're all, you know, playing League, or they've stepped away, but they could step back just for HSL. It'd be fun. It'd be fun to have like a bit of a reunion. To bring all the Latin boys back. But here we go, we're getting into our second game of the series, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is GgMaChine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Quasar. It is Art. We go. Loading into game 2, and welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold, of course, is one of the smaller maps, is I would say even the smallest map of the map pool. Very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. If you remember, last time we saw Art on this map, what did he go for? Twilight Council opener, stayed in gas, went up to 5 gateways with a proxy into a 5-gate Glaive Adepts. It was crazy. It was a crazy build, and Art, he was able to deal enough damage. He did overwhelm Nikic earlier on. And again, that was a very unique build. We could see that again. We could see something different. We'll keep an eye on Art. Likewise, the pressure is going to be on GgMaChine to scout, to react, to confirm what Art is up to. Again, we mentioned it last game, but it was critical that GgMaChine was able to confirm that Twilight Council in game number 1 to be able to know not to drone, so he could know to throw down the Roach Horn and to react with Mass Ling. Otherwise, he would have been caught with his pants down. And it could have been game. Could have been game then and there. Yo, meanwhile, shout out to Cosmic in the chat. Gah, Babiga. Big shout out to Cosmic. Oh my god, the raid into the raid into the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast as well. Again, Cosmic, he was covering the StarCraft Evolution League Code A #1. So I hope you had a great time with StarCraft Evolution. And welcome one and all. This is not quite SEL. This is instead Firegrow Cup SC2, so something a little bit different here, but that's also why we actually didn't cast Code A today, because we were otherwise busy. Our schedule was full and we were casting something else. But I hope you had a great time, and I do hope to catch those replays. I do hope to catch the replays of Code A and maybe cover them on another day. I hope you had a great time. Hope those were good matches. Hope you had a blast. I'm sure you did. Again, StarCraft Evolution, always a lot of fun. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid as we settle into game number 2. For now, Twilight Council opener. Ooh. And proxy. Oh no, he gets found! It's the same build. It was the same build. The same build of 5-gate Glaive Adepts here by Art, but forced to cancel. Ay. Forced to cancel, forced to deviate. From here, he can throw down a robo. He pulls out of gas. And he has to commit. The Twilight Council's already done. We did allude to a build that Art did previously against Nikic. It was 5-gate Glaive Adepts. He attempted to proxy the gateway to do the same build. He gets denied. Roach Horn's on the way for GgMaChine. That was what, a 320-ish Roach Horn timing. So GgMaChine playing it very safe. And Art, he still has to make use of this tech, right? Like, he already had the Twilight Council. He already had Glaives. We have a gateway explosion. It's going to be 4-gate Glaives, but no robo means no War Prism. No War Prism to reinforce. Art going for 4-gate Glaives into an expansion. Okay. So we're going to try to turn this into macro Glaive Adepts. Macro Glaive Adepts here. It's a bit of an awkward build, especially with 4 gateways, but this can work. We can Frankenstein this. We can try to make this work. So Overlord gets turned away. Eva Chamber here from GgMaChine throws down his Spore Crawler just in case his DT is true. Yeah, he's not 100% certain. Likewise knocks down that tumor so he can wall off with said Spore. And Art, he is skipping Warpins. Bear that in mind. He is intentionally skipping Warpins. He is making probes, taking gases, taking up into Robo. Art, he did let Glaives finish, but he's not making use of them. He's keeping the Adepts at home for now. Does get the Roaches. GgMaChine starts to draw it up at least somewhat. Oh, and here comes a push. Here comes the move out. Art shading across the map. But there are Roaches waiting for him. Roaches, they will stem the tide. Adepts, they try to shade in, but the Spore is in position. Does wall off. GgMaChine is keeping up. Oh my god, once again walling off. Just in time. Very clutch. The Spore is in position. Likewise, third base getting saturated. GgMaChine, because he's playing so safe, he hasn't really been able to drone up too much, so his worker count, his droning is a little bit lackluster. True. It does leave much to be desired. Adepts, do we commit? Not quite. Whew. Doesn't quite commit. Picks off the roaches. Not bad. Picks off some of the roaches. Just the one for now. Just the one. Once again, threatening a shade. Shouldn't commit. The problem here is that if Art commits to a shade, and if he loses all the adepts, then how does he defend, right? How does he protect his base? And once again, same follow-up. I'm getting deja vu. If you were here for game 1, Mass Sentry with a War Prism with +1, this time with 2 Immortals, so there's going to be a bit more of a backbone to the army, but it's the same overall push here. It's going to be almost like a Soul Train here, Mass Sentry, Glaive Adepts with Immortals. But again, this time, 2 Immortals. So double the firepower, double the Immortal, let's go. Let us go. GgMaChine building up, getting to bailing speed into +1 melee. Thankfully, GgMaChine is not joining up too much. He's on 3 base saturation, getting a 4th base just for larva, and now focusing on purely Ling Roach Ravager production. Likewise, his scouts, no 4th base. That's a big tell. By this point, there should be like a 4th on the way for Art. There is no expansion. GgMaChine, as a result, he does not drone, he does not tech. Focusing on purely his army. And Art, he waits for a 3rd Immortal. We have a 4th Immortal on the way. Prism moves out on the right-hand side. Prism moves out. This is going to be tense. Or intense, even. Overseer attempts to scout. Still no expansion. Changeling does get eyes on the production, at least. On some of it. Here he comes, and again, this is a massive death ball of an army. Massive death ball. I feel like this is what the game 1 push wanted to be. This is we go from 1 Immortal to 4, soon to be 5. 5th Immortal on the way. Ay ay ay. Oh, as Art, he doesn't push out. He takes a very late 4th base, but he does expand. GgMaChine, he doesn't quite know this. He did spot the army. GgMaChine, he's going to be the first to max out. Again, Art, it looks like he's just assuming that GgMaChine would be ready for him, and, I mean, correct assumption. GgMaChine, he's waiting for the push, and it's not coming. Art, he's still just building up a death bull of an army. He's like, hey, come at me. What are you going to do? I'm not going to come to you. You're crazy. Prism slips in. Adepts on left. Art's going for a tri-pronged attack. Main army through the center. Prism here into the natural. Queens are in position though. And the Prism is going to go down. Oh, just barely does fall. Adepts a threat in the shade. Adepts here towards the top right. So far, GgMaChine, he keeps up. He defends. Our Zerg player does defend. GgMaChine, he's maxed out. Oh, he does miss the Adepts, though. Does miss them. Getting ready for his assault. Morphing in more Banelings. And can he get this around? Storm is not done. Storm is still not yet done. There is a window. It's small, though.
Our probes are in harm's way.
Observer does spot the army. Art, he splits up. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Art. Art, his army here is just getting better and better. Now with cannon, shield battery, Storm. Storm is done. Bane's rolling in. Storm pops up. Shuts down the Ling Bane. Nice force fields. Yeah, protects the main army. Banelings, they do not connect. The Vials do. Oh my god, the Vials! The Vials pop off. The Vials, they shut down the main army. Oh my god, almost every Vial connects. And with that, GgMaChine, he's breaking through. He's trying to at least. Takes down the Archon. Doesn't quite have enough. But it's one of those things where the force fields did zone away the Ling Bane, but not the Vials. With that though, Art, he defends. He defends, he holds on, he does survive, shuts down the Roach Ravager. And does he go for a counterattack? Does he move out? Lings, they come in to reinforce, they catch out one Immortal. I think at both. Yeah, both Immortals going to be going down. Can GgMaChine kind of keep going? Zelds warp in. Files, don't quite connect. And there's still 3 reinforcing Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. It's a lot. Yeah, Army blinks forward as well. GgMaChine is running out of steam. He has a bank though. He has to calm down. He has to calm down, back off, spend his money, spend his bank. Meanwhile, yo, Art. The the discipline. He did not F2. Art, he's just been keeping these Fs in the back line. I mean, the entire time they could have been harassing. They could have helped in the defense. This is one of those moments where like an F2 may have been beneficial. Just say, there we go. Now they're coming online. It's like, hold up. I have an F somewhere. There we go. Does take note of them. GgMaChine getting ready here for the second wave. Art once again though just walling up, taking a defensive stance. Bailey's they attempt to roll in. Nice force fields. Good storm. Bailey's just out most of the sentries though. Sentries do fall. Nice spies. Oh my god, High Templar do get picked up. But where's the Link Bane? Where's the support? Ravagers they come in. Immortals on the Ravagers. And Art looks like he should defend. Oh, he will lose the expansion though. Base goes down. Expansion does fall. At the same time, F-Safe busts into the mineral lines. GgMaChine is racing back home. Does race back. Drones are falling. And our Zerg player here, I mean, he barely had an economy to begin with. Down to 57 workers. Forced all the way back. Art, he's on 72 probes. Rebuilding his expansion. And GgMaChine is just getting ready for the next wave. He's not droning. GgMaChine is not droning. He lost workers. He's keeping it that way. He's massing up the next wave. This is round 3. Round 3 for GgMaChine. And he's been trying to break this location time and time again, but Art has been barely holding. This time no sentries. This time no force fields. True. There are 4 High Templar. Likewise 4 Immortals. Prism gets spotted. GgMaChine, he responds with his Queens. Okay, the Queens, they reposition for the Prism. Wall of Cannons is in position. He does try to collapse in. Here come the Storms. Oh, yeah, brutal Storms on the Ravagers. Biles, oh my god, the Biles! The Biles shut down I've never seen Biles shut down that many Immortals so quickly. That is insane! The Biles are the MVPs! Cleans up the entire army, gets us around, and that's it! That's game! Oh my god! Those were some insane Biles! That was crazy! They were perfect! And with that, GG gets called. GgMaChine, he snowballs out of control, he Biles everything! And he will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. GgMaChine, he does take the series. That was still a very back and forth and very intense game. Art, so many times he was barely almost holding, or barely holding I should say. He was barely holding, was surviving, even taking some better trades at times, but alas, that final fight was crazy, getting a full surround on the army, collapsing in with those Biles, with those Ravagers. Even though the Storms are brutal, the Biles were even better. Biles were even better there. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, GgMaChine, he will take the series. Whew, oh my god. And where exactly are we? What's going on? Oh my god. Okay, so we have some updates here. So GgMaChine, he does take down Art, advancing on to another winners match. Meanwhile, Nicoract takes down Deathmars 2-1. Nicoract does advance on as well in a winners match. Strange takes down his opponent. Vaxoro took down MilkiCow. Yo, what happened there? What's going on? I favor MilkiCow. He lost the first round. As we're getting ready here for round 3. Getting into round 3. Oh, and I need to quickly get ready for it. Here we go. Here we go. Just getting ready here for the next round. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we're getting to the next round. So just winding it back a little bit here. Because of the way this format works here, GgMaChine, he does advance on to face off against his next opponent. It's going to be Wayne. It's going to be GgMaChine versus Wayne in a ZVZ. They're both undefeated. Likewise, Nicoract is up against Strange, also undefeated as well. Here we go. So we do have a PVT ready for you. I could have followed GgMaChine into Wayne, that is true, but I did want to avoid the mirror matchup for now. And again, these two players are also undefeated. I also want to catch these two face off, as we have, the two players that have yet to drop a series, yet to drop that match. And we'll see who's going to be the first to do so. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Terran player. We have our red Terran who representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself. It is Strange. Here we go. Catching up in the chat. Yo, I saw I saw everyone reacting to the biles. Wait, that was crazy. That was crazy. Oh my god. The biles were insane. For now, though, we're going to be settling in. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamma time. It's Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as this is a fresh best of 3. Again, throughout the course of the group, both Nicoract and Strange are undefeated. Likewise, so is GgMaChine. He's going up against Wayne in a ZVZ. We might be able to catch him later, but for now, did want to feature some other players in the round as well. Some of the other players. Here we go. Now we have our openers. Going to be settling in. We do have a single gas, so Rax expand out of Nicoract. Meanwhile, Strange going for a gate, a 2-gate opener into a delayed expansion. Okay, Strange going for a more aggressive build, and the SCV Scout does confirm. SCV does confirm the gateways, the prioritization of the gateways as well. So Nicoract, he knows that it's going to be a more aggressive start here by the Protoss player, and we're settling in. Settling in. And as we can see here, double adept opener out of Strange is soon to move out, and we'll see what he can get done. We'll see what he can get done. Likewise, Nicoract, yep, safety bunker, because he knows of the aggressive build of Strange. Safety bunker here is on the way, building up his Marines, getting to his factory follow-up. Ooh, even second bunker on the high ground, taking this very seriously. So two bunkers here from Nicoract. Strange is known for being strange. He's known for being very aggressive and very unorthodox in his builds. He's not a very standard player whatsoever. Very standard. Oh, let's say threat in the shade. Reaper jumps into the bunker. CC does complete just in time. Again, the goal of these adepts was to delay the command center, or to at least deny mining time, and they are denying mining time. Like right now, this early on, these adepts cannot really be fought with head-on. So Nicoract, he's waiting for his Cyclone. Tech Lab is on the way. That should be for the Cyclone. And that will eventually clean this up. And at least for the time being, Nicoract, he cannot mine from his natural. Oh, adepts, I do shade away. That's 4 Gs. That's now 4 adepts. 4 adepts have arrived. They do thread another shade. Again, this is why Nicoract did make 2 bunkers. And they will get 1 SCV, again, denying mining time. Nicoract stuck on 1 base. We're still waiting for that Cyclone. Cyclone is halfway done. Adepts say, oh, we jump in. No. 1 SCV gets left behind. Not enough room in the bunker. Bunker is under fire as well. Taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits, but here we go. The Cyclone has arrived, and now it's time to shut down these adepts. With the help of that Cyclone, repairs just in time as well, does lift that wall, and Nicoract holds. Nicoract, he does hold, and what did he lose here in the defense? So far, only 2 SCVs. 2 SCVs have gone down. So far, solid defense here by Nicoract. Adepts take him into the shade. They shut down one of the Reapers, but they're going to be shut down as well. This is not worth it for Strange. He will lose almost everything. Races back home. Behind this, Nicoract getting into his own 1-1-1 into tank Banshee production. Meanwhile, Strange, what is his tech follow-up? Not Twilight Council, no Blink, into Robo, into a fast Bay. Now, this build is designed to shut down early bioaggression. If Nicoract was going for a 2-1-1 or a 3-Rax, then Nicoract would not really get much done, as the Colossus will be out in time to defend. But what this doesn't really help against is Banshee play. Again, there's no Phoenixes because there's no Stargate, and there's no Blink Stalkers because there's no Twilight Council. So the anti-air is quite limited here for Strange. So Banshees have potential for damage. Unfortunately, these Banshees are vanilla Banshees. What I mean by that, there's no cloak, there's no upgrade, there's no cloak. So because that, it's going to be a little bit easier for Strange. He does only have 2 Stalkers though. My apologies, 2 Stalkers in each base. That is going to be enough to deflect. Banshee dips in, and the Strange should deflect. Now the Banshee shouldn't die at least. It will be able to get away because there's no Blink. But so far, Strange, he is maintaining his economy. So far, so good. Likewise, Nicoract building up back at home, getting to his own 3-1-1, stim, combat shields, +1 attack. Building up into that mid game. See, art equals artosis? No. Art is art. As we are going to be pulling away, building up those upgrades. Nicoract, confirmation he's not going for a 2-base all-in. He's getting a 3rd CC, 3rd command center. He's getting his 3rd base. Likewise, throws down extra Raxes. Getting into the mid game. So we're slowing things down. Despite the chaotic start to the game, we're just slowing things down, building up into a longer game state. Calming down. And from here, who do we favor? Now, because of the opener of Strange, he does have a really large Colossus count early on. Remember, it was a Robo opener into a Bay. So with that, he can go into fast disruptors as well. And I want to actually favor Strange coming into the mid game if he can round out his army, of course. Right now, his army is very high tech, but it doesn't really have much support. Charge just began, so he has to wait for charge, wait for +1, get in some Archons, get into Storm or Disruptors. He's getting there. But Strange, like, the foundation is solid. He just needs more time to build up upon that. Likewise, nice snipe on the Observer. Nicoract, he didn't notice. Did notice the Observer, getting his 3rd base. Likewise, Banshee finds a probe, not bad. Gets 1 worker so far, and did get repaired. So not a bad pickoff here. We have a 4th Colossus on the way. Let's go! Getting a 4th Colossus. Now, does Strange make more than 4 Colossi? I mean, Strange is Strange, true. We could get up to 5, maybe even up to 6. It's possible. But now morphing in Archons. Nicoract just flying for map control. Strange, he's establishing his 4th base. Again, just really more defensive movement here and defensive play from Strange. Nicoract getting ready for his own aggression. He is, of course, being followed by the Observer. Strange, he sees everything. He sees all, he knows all. Oh, sitting on 4 lasso, does run into the Colossus. Takes down the Widowmine. That is a 5th Colossus on the way, by the way. He's going Mass Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, we made a joke about it, but yes, Strange, he is continuing Colossus production. Going up to 5, and he might just keep going from there. May go up to 6, 7, 8. We'll see when he stops. So typically you don't want to go Mass Colossus because ideally your opponent's making Vikings. As we can see, Vikings are on the way, so you do want to diversify your splash damage, getting into whether it's Storm, Disruptors, other ways to make your opponent micro, of course, to force them back. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, typically. Yeah, there it is. We have quintuple Colossus. Crazy. Does he make another after the Prism? It's possible. It's possible. Make a proper A-move army. Let's go. More Colossus. As we have a 2nd starport on the way. Again, Mass Viking. As we mentioned, like as the Viking count gets higher, Colossus have become less valuable. That's typically why you see in a longer, later game, less Colossus and more Disruptors. Just because Disruptors also are unaffected by EMP. I mean, in the sense that they can still get their shots off, as opposed to High Templar with Storm, which are more vulnerable. Meanwhile, the armies, they miss each other. Nicoract, he moves out. He moves out. As he moves out, Strange moves in, goes to the natural. Nicoract, he races back. Colossus, they're lying in wait. The Ghost! The Ghost! They get caught! Massive hit, got 3 Ghosts go down. Strange, he's all over this. Does collapse in. Just under by army. Decent wooden mine shots going off, but Zealous, they peel off into the mineral line. 17 SCVs going to be going down. Nicoract completely out of position. He did not see the rotation, did not see the main army. And Strange, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks through. He breaks through the tank line and takes down the Widow Mines as well. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. GG gets called, and Strange takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Strange does take a lead in the series, and again, a very, very tense game here between Strange and Nicoract. It all came down to the movement, though. Again, as Nicoract was moving out across the map, there was a big opening, and what was really interesting, what was really cool, is that Strange, he was aware of it, and he didn't send his entire army into the base. He only peeled off a couple of Zealots into the mineral line. He forced the reaction out of Nicoract, and once he saw an opening, once he saw those ghosts, then he struck. He struck then and there, he reset the ghost count, he was able to force field them in, and then just take the fight from there. Take the fight from there. Again, Nicoract caught in just a really awkward position, really awkward location. Caught with a split army, trying to push down a ramp into 5 Colossus. And with that, GG. GG well played. We're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Strange can win it all here and make it out undefeated, or if Nicoract can force the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Era Home, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Strange. We go. So we are going to be settling in and calming things down. And welcome one more to Era Home. Era Home is an older TLMC map from TLMC 17, as we just had TLMC 20. So it is an older map of the map pool. Coming into this, of course, we do see a very short rush distance. Very short rush distance by ground. You can see from third base to third base, one screen. One screen does separate the third bases, very similar to the triangular third base on El Dorado towards the southern half of the map. So very small map, very short rush distance by ground. As a result, all-ins are favored on this map. Now, to compensate for how small the map is, we have ramps. Unlike Whispers of Gold, we have a ramp here outside of the third base, so you can make use of this ramp. Likewise, also a very narrow choke point here in the center as well. So there are some locations where you can slow down an all-in and take a better engagement as the defending player. At least a couple of locations. Likewise, a decent choke point here on the right-hand side as well. So there are a couple of locations where you can try to make a stand. Also a ramp coming into the natural, which is not always seen on these smaller maps. But despite those features, we still do see a lot of all-ins. A lot of all-ins. So we'll see which of our two players does embrace that. For now, standard opener. Remember, last time we did see a 2-gate opener before expansion from Strange into Quadruple Adept. This time, only 1 gate. Gate, Cybercore, into Nexus. This time, an actual standard start here by Strange. Meanwhile, Double Gas. Double Gas opener out of Nicoract means a faster factory, a delayed CC. I believe Strange did confirm. Yep, did confirm this. So Strange is aware. And this time is going for a Twilight Council opener. Meanwhile, with the faster factory, we're going Reactor Reaper, Hellion. So Reactor Reaper, Hellion out of Nicoract. The goal here is for economic damage. The goal here with this small army that's building up in the early game is to get past the Adept, even bring it down, and ideally get into a mineral line. Get into a mineral line and deal some economic damage done early on. We'll see what Nicoract can accomplish. See what he can accomplish. So just opening up the door. It's getting a little bit hot in here, Pappy. Aye. It's humid. And there we go. 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. 1 Hellion takes a lot of hits already. Going up the ramp. Shield battery is done. So far, nice target firing. Strange takes down a Reaper. Gets 1, gets 2. Barely 2. Yeah, Nicoract, he's shut down. He's forced back. Has to respect this. And Strange defense. So far, a better start for Strange. Nicoract, he's racing back home. A bit of a later bunker. Stalkers, they can poke in. Oh! So take down a Hellion. Take down a Hellion. With that Twilight Council open, it's going to be Blink. Blink on the way, of course. With a Robo. I feel the need to bring that up just because it is Strange and he could go for like a charge opener or something crazy like that. Going to Glaive Adepts. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh, and Strange. How many gateways is he on, by the way? He's on 2. He's on 2 gates. So 2-gate opener into a 3rd base looks to be the go-to build here. Very greedy by Strange. Not really what I was expecting. Yep, there it is. 2-gate into a 3rd. So very economic build here by Strange. Not aggressive at all. Widowmine drop is denied, but Nicoract does at least see the timing of the 3rd base. So he knows. He knows that he knows that Strange is being more economic, that Strange is not being aggressive. And that as a result, Strange is going to be vulnerable. Nicoract, he throws down 2 more Raxes, get into a 3-rack setup. Building up his tanks. And Nicoract, he has to make a choice. Does Nicoract go for the all-in and try to break Strange, or does he play catch-up and throw down a 3rd CC and play macro? Still a little bit early to tell, as Nicoract does take down an Adept. Meanwhile, we do see Strange going Blink into charge, into delayed splash damage. That's very common to go for this kind of style. Very meta. Liberator does go down. Widowmines are still stuck here between the bases. Still trapped in between. Likewise, Strange still building up into a Forge, +1, charge, halfway done. Nicoract does go for his first push. Now, this is a very early move out, and when I say early, Stim just began. Stim just began. Strange, tries to pick up the tank. Trying to slow this down, but there's not that much room here on this map. Nicoract is already at the 3rd base. Already at the 3rd expansion. And it's all about bringing forward those tanks. All about getting those tanks within range. And so far, the tanks, they are pushing forward. They are within range of the Nexus. And Pylon under fire. Nexus as well. Immortal is done, and he goes to the dive. He takes down 1 tank, takes down the other as well. And these Marines, they tickle the army. That's a tickle. They do get 1, 2, 3 stalkers. Not the worst trade, but that was 2 tanks going down. And back at home, Nicoract doesn't really have much to work with. Does get 5 probes, not bad. Saves the Widow Mines. Back at home, there's a bunker. There's a bunker, a couple of Marauders. Do we have any tanks? No tanks. No tanks to defend. Strange poking with the Observer. Doesn't commit. But he can blink into the main base. Ooh, and can he snipe Stim? Is he going for it? Oh, not quite. He reveals himself. Yeah, he does reveal his hand. Nicoract, he rotates. He's ready for the blink. He's got his Widow Mines. Nicely done. He's in position. Yeah, Nicoract, he defends. Whew, okay, he does defend. Doesn't lose Stim, thankfully. He's going to be able to hold on. Behind this, Strange just taking up. He got away with his 3rd base. Widow Mine Drill comes in. Strange, he pulls away in time. Up! Oh my god. Losing out on 2 probes. Yeah, just 2 workers. Strange, he defends well, and he's working towards the bay, into Immortals, into Colossus. Yeah, Colossus production and +2. Strange just building up into the mid game. And Nicoract, he's still getting there. Still getting there. Catches the Observer. Let's catch the Observer. I don't see a 3rd CC. I was just, for a moment there, I just did a double take. I was like, hold up, I don't see an expansion here. Are we going to pull the boys? Are we just committed? I guess so. Nicoract moves out. This time he has Stim. He has Stim, Combat Shields, and +1. He has his upgrades. Does not pull the boys, but still quite committed. And what's he moving into? So far, 1 Colossus. There's that 1 Colossi. Army sims in. Goes for the Sentry. Sentry goes down. Nice pick off, no force fields. Yeah, very nice pick offs here. Gets 1 Immortal. There's 1 Immortal left. The Marauders, they do so much damage here in the back line. They do a great job tanking as well. 1 Widow Mine left. Oh, going for the Colossus. No, oh, shield battery barely not enough. Colossus goes down, and Nicoract, he has enough. He has enough to break through. He can Stim, and he can win. What does he go for? The natural or the 3rd? Getting distracted. Yeah, it does get distracted. Spends another Stim. Charge does to take a lot of shots. Strange here overextends. Strange does overextend for a moment. Colossus has arrived. Nicoract has to back off. And Strange is holding. He's barely holding on. It's still a very tough hold though for Strange. Doesn't really have much support for the Colossus. I do think that Nicoract could have been a little bit more assertive here. I think there were moments where he could have stimmed further in, whether it's chasing the main army or going for the expansion. But Nicoract playing this out much safer, much more carefully. Pulls away. Pulls away, rotates. Strange, not quite in position. Does spot it though. Yeah, does spot the rotation. Strange is aware. Yeah, Strange collapses in. Oh, nice cutting against those Zealots. Nicoract tempted to dive. Now pulling away, picking up more Zealots. And you can see that there was a bit of an opening. He wants those Colossus. He's on a knife's edge at any moment. He's going to send it. And once again, just trying to bait out the army. Vikings have arrived. Shipping away the Colossus. But now there's 3 Colossus. Nicoract, if there was a window, the window is closing. Now there's 3 of them. Despite that, takes out the Immortal. There we go. Gets 1 of the Colossus. And nice pick up there from Nicoract. Splits up the army, going for the 2nd Colossus. Almost does get it. There we go. Does fall down. Strange, he barely does hold. He does still have 1 Colossus remaining. He has 1 left. And Strange never expanded. If you remember before, I was saying like 2 base all in. That's what this is. A 2 base all in out of Nicoract. A lot of supply in medevacs more than anything. He has medevacs, he has 2 Vikings, and mainly Marauder. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Strange. Strange is getting into +3. +3 is almost done. Getting into +3. Getting a third Colossus. And GG gets called. DTs, they get across the map. Nicoract, he missed that window, missed the opportunity. And Strange, he survives long enough, and Strange will take the series. Whew. GG, well played, Strange. He will claim it, will advance on. And that was very close, very tense. I do want to say that Nicoract did miss an opportunity. I think there were a couple of times where he was like flirting with the idea of diving on the Colossus or diving on the Stalkers, and he never went for it. He never went for it, and I think there were opportunities there. I mean, you can even see, I don't show this often, but you can even see Nicoract with the army supply, with the disparity in supply. True, a lot of that supply wasn't medevacs, but still, I feel like there were some opportunities there. Alas, Nicoract didn't quite go for it. He did play a little bit more passively, a little bit more carefully, and in the end, Nicoract, he does, or in the end, Strange does survive the aggression. Does take the win. Whew, GG, well played, Strange. He does take the win, and with that, we have some catching up to do. Oh boy. GG, well played. With that, that is round 3 wrapping up. And let's figure out what is happening in round 4. I believe this means that Strange, he's securely through. Strange, he is secure. Strange, he is going to be making it through into the playoffs undefeated. Meanwhile, Wayne and GgMaChine, I think they just wrapped up their series as well. Just waiting to see what is going on and what is happening. I'm waiting to find out. As hold on, has the liquidity page been updated? No, never mind. Okay, so currently we have a couple of matches that are ongoing. So quickly, at least verbally, as again the liquidity page has not been updated, we do have Wayne versus GgMaChine, which I think has wrapped up. I think it has wrapped up. We have UD Soldier versus Sickness. We have Vaxoro against Deathmars. Arch versus Power. Replicant versus Eastos. Protosaver versus Nikic. And Sub-Zero versus MilkiCow. MilkiCow has had a really surprising performance so far. I would say that MilkiCow is one of, if not the best Terran player in the CIS region. Like MilkiCow, he's a very strong player. But I spoke earlier about how, you know, this format can be really brutal because you're not playing against everyone. So one loss here and there, and that can cost you the tournament, even that can cost you the run. MilkiCow, he lost 0-2 to Vaxoro, a player that I'm very unfamiliar with. I actually asked MindoVK, I was like, who is this guy? He's like, oh, he's a 5.7k Zerg player. He's like a ladder hero. I was like, I've never seen him before. And he took down MilkiCow 2-0. Likewise, Cygnus, another player that I'm very unfamiliar with, also took down MilkiCow 2-0 as well. So MilkiCow, he's in a really rough position. He cannot afford another loss. One more and he'll be out of this. So a really rough position there for MilkiCow. Likewise, Nikic also had a really rough performance. Nikic, he lost to Eastos. Eastos took down Nikic 2-0. So once again, two players that I would favor. I would favor Nikic and MilkiCow to make it into the playoff bracket, but alas, they are struggling. They are struggling here. So they're in that round 3. Likewise, we're still waiting for some of these matches to open up for us. And waiting for some results to come in as well. Waiting for some results. And because that, we might just go on a break. We might just go on a small break here. Again, I think so far Strange is the only one confirmed through. So far at least. And we are waiting to hear from some of our other players. Likewise, MindoVK found a series. What did he stumble into? God, there's an ad playing. I can't see. He's in Arch versus Power. Okay. So MilkiCow is covering Arch versus Power. When it comes to these matches, I would love to cast some Nickage or MilkiCow at some point, just because I feel like it's important to follow them and to see where they are and what's happening. Nickage currently mid-series. He's in game, so Nickage is in game. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're waiting for results to file in to figure out what's going on with the groups and what's going on with the standings. So we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and we'll be back soon with the next round, with round 4 of the group stage. Oh boy, we'll see you soon. Again, congratulations to Strange. He does make it through. He's the first player to make it into the playoffs. We've yet to confirm the others. We'll get there. See you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I do apologize for the downtime. I do apologize for the extended break, but I hope you enjoyed the Brutal OST nonetheless. And welcome back. Whew, just to give you a brief update as to what's been going on, we have just been waiting for the rest of the matches in round 3 to wrap up. Unfortunately, our series was a little bit faster. Our Nicoract versus Strange series did wrap up a little bit faster. It was a 2-0. A lot of the other matches went to the ace match, and unfortunately, I did miss out on some of those lobbies. I had the opportunity to maybe jump in mid-series into Nickage versus Protosaver, or even Def Mars versus Vex, but I barely did miss those lobbies, and unfortunately I wasn't quite able to get involved. Would have loved to have jumped into those series, but last wasn't quite able to. But for the most part, all the matches have wrapped up. So we do have some updates to go over. Shout out to Cynical Death. I believe Cynical Death has been updating the community page. Let's go. Beautiful, beautiful, as it has been updated just in time to quickly go over on stream. Bam. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the liquidity page yourself. Again, the link is there, and we can now go over some of these rounds and some of these results. Can we get a better read on this? We'll get there. Okay, so again, we have the first 3 rounds that have wrapped up. Again, it is 16 players in the entire group so far. We had round 1, round 2 concluding, but what I want to bring attention to is round 3. Can I actually get a better read on it? Oh, not quite. Yeah, we'll make do. But here in round 3 on the right hand side is the round that we were just covering. You can see here Strange took down Nicoract 2-0. Wayne took down GgMaChine 2-0 as well. We had Cygnus taking down UD Soldier 2-1, and this is the current series. This is the current match that's currently ongoing. We have Deathmars versus Vax, which just wrapped up, by the way. Oh, it did just wrap up. Did just conclude. They were in the ace match, and it looks like going the way of Deathmars. Yeah, Deathmars is going to take it. So it looks like Deathmars does take that series 2-1. So he does claim that. Likewise, we have Art taking down Power. Replicant took down Eastos. Nigish took down Protozaver, and MilkiCow took down Sub-Zero. So what does that mean? Well, round 4. Round 4 is about to become online, and it also means that we have 2 players confirmed into the playoffs. We currently have, I think you can see the standings up. Yeah, you can see the standings up here. Strange and Wayne, they went undefeated. They are making it into the playoffs. Meanwhile, Protozaver and Sub-Zero did not win any of their matches. So they have both been eliminated from the tournament. Now it is between everyone else. We have everyone else still competing, still ongoing, and they're about to be seeded into round 4. They're about to be seeded. Once they are, we're going to pick our series and jump in. I don't know who's going to play against who yet. We're just now getting updates. Okay. So we have Arch versus Replicant in a PvT. We have Deathmars versus GgMaChine in a PvZ, and Nicoract versus Cygnus. Okay, what do we go for? We've been covering a lot of PvZs tonight. We've actually covered everyone. Actually, we casted Art, Nicoract, and GgMaChine. I am all for following the machine. I'm all for following the machine here into a ZVP. We'll just slip into those DMs and make sure we actually lock that down. So up next, we have confirmation. It is going to be GgMaChine versus Deathmars. That is going to be our next series in round 4. Beautiful. GgMaChine and Deathmars is going to be a PvZ in the next round. Likewise, shout out to MilkiCow. MilkiCow might be covering one of the other matches. Again, it's Art versus Replicant and Nicoract versus Cygnus. Those are the other matches that are ongoing. Meanwhile, we also have Vax versus UD Soldier. That's going to be another series that will commence. MilkiCow going to be going up against... Who exactly? MilkiCow going to be going up against... potentially Power, I would imagine. And then Nikic up against... Eastos? We'll see. No, sorry, Nikic already played against Eastos. So it might be Nikic versus Power and MilkiCow versus Eastos instead. We'll see. So just send me to those DMs. Make sure we get involved. Okay. Oh, it's going to be MilkiCow versus Nikic. Okay, so my apologies. MilkiCow versus Nikic and Eastos versus Power. Some other really good matches, to be honest. Some really good matches. Tempting to jump into, but for now we're going to be following GgMaChine into his match versus Deathmars. Vetoes are underway, and once the vetoes are done, we'll be jumping into that best of 3. Let's go. We are getting there. And again, I do apologize for some of the downtime that we've had. Do apologize for it, but the downtime is now come to an end. We have some matches. Let's go. Otherwise, again, a shout out to MilkiCow alongside Sub-Zero and Glide for also covering the event in their own respective channels, in their own native languages. As we are nearing the end of the broadcast, in a sense. As you can see here, we have 2 rounds left. We have round 4 and then round 5. This time, once we wrap up our match in round 4, if we're a little bit faster, I will do my best to just jump onto any other series that we can to reduce downtime. So we might be able to catch like maybe 3 series in total. It's possible. Just refreshing to see if we have any No updates yet. For round 4. But we are getting ready here. And it looks like Mindle might be getting into the Nicoract series. No, Nicoract series already commenced. Mindle might be getting into Arts Match instead. It's all good. But we have our own. We do have our own. It's getting a little bit late here as well, so hopefully we're able to maintain our mental state. It is almost 5 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. Almost 5 a.m. Let's go. We have another cast later on today, of course. Later on, we're going to be covering the SEL Masters. That's going to be, I think, 8 hours from now. In around 8 hours' time. So I should be able to get some sleep before the next cast. Should be a little bit at least. A little bit of sleep. We'll get there. But yeah, we haven't been able to cover Def Mars yet today. We have yet to cover Def Mars. It looks like he's on 3D Clan. Oh. Beautiful. But I have been able to see him from afar, and we'll see how he compares to GgMaChine. Def Mars, so far in this tournament, who did he go up against? Def Mars, he took down Vax. Def Mars, he also went up against Nicoract, and he also took down UD Soldier. Not bad. Took down UD Soldier. Oh, we are jumping in. Beautiful. So we're going to be jumping in, and it looks like game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Okay, so Whispers of Gold, a much smaller map, a bit of a rush map as well. And I'm excited to see how Def Mars does handle himself, just because he did take down Vax earlier, who I've heard is a strong player. I mean, again, he took down MilkiCow, so you gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. So jumping into our best of 3. I'm hoping I can cast some MilkiCow later on. It breaks my heart a little bit that MilkiCow is up against Nickich. Like, it's an elimination match as well. Loser is going to be eliminated from the tournaments. So my heart goes out to Nickich and MilkiCow. I'm sure it's going to be an amazing series. I'm sure. When will the playoffs be? Once the group stage is done? Playoffs are tomorrow. Tomorrow. So only the group stage today. Only the group stage today. Playoffs are tomorrow. So 2-day event. 2-day event. So we do plan on covering the playoffs after Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow evening. It's a busy weekend, Bobby. Busy weekend, as always. Just waiting for all of our casters. Beautiful, beautiful. We have all of our casters. We have everyone getting involved. And you can hear the beeps. We are jumping in. Yo, I'm on fire. One of my favorite things about the Fire Grow Cup is I get to change my background. I don't know if I can get to do it. It's beautiful, beautiful. We're getting into the first game of the series. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our red Protoss, sorry, our blue Protoss player. We have our blue Protoss representing 3D Clan. It is Def Mars. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the the red Zerg player himself. It is GgMaChine. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of the Zerg? Will it go the way of the Protoss? Best of luck. Best of luck. Up to you to decide. Coming into this, we have been featuring GgMaChine. Of course, he was able to bring down Art earlier in a very intense back and forth PvZ. Deathmars is a player that I have not had the luxury of casting before. I don't think I've ever casted him in our history here of the CranKy Ducklings. He's going for the cannon. Oh wait, he's going for the cannon rush. He's crazy. Let's go. It's gonna be a short series. It's gonna be a short one, Pappy. Aye. Cannon rush is on the way. Here comes the pylon. Overlord sees the pylon immediately. GgMaChine, he is somewhat aware. There we go. A couple of words are being pulled. Now you can see that GgMaChine, he does not overreact. This could be a fake out. Could be a fake out. We know that it's not. There we go. More pylons have been thrown down. Now he knows it is real. Very much so. From here, we do have our gas into spawning pool, into most likely Roach Warren. Meanwhile, Deathmars, he's committing. He does protect that cannon. Now, this cannon is not going to be threatening the base. The base is not under fire here. The cannon is further out. Instead, we're going to be slowly sieging forward with cannons. There we go. We have backup cannons on the way, and we should be reinforcing this with a Robo, I would imagine, and Immortals. Now, the Overlord does stay here on the pillar. Does survive. We have more cannons slowly on the way. Meanwhile, again, you can see that GgMaChine is not overreacting. Playing it cool, calm, and collected. He does not pull the boys. Again, GgMaChine, he should be working towards that Roach Warren. Should just be staying on one base, getting into a Roach Warren, and getting into Ravagers. So far, nice response. Oh, going for the proxy hatch to the main. And Deathmars, he doesn't know. He doesn't see. He doesn't know what's going on. He did not notice that drone, or if he did, it slipped his mind. You can see here he's walling up. He's walling up completely, but the Roach Warren, it's going to finish. No shot. Ay. GgMaChine being cheeky here. Did somehow slip by and did slip in. Meanwhile, I believe there was a cancel. Yeah, we have the cancellation of the hatchery. Here come the roaches, and they're going to go right into the main. And again, this shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened here. We can see Deathmars, he's scouting. He's looking. He's checking for a hatchery, checking for a proxy. Checks the natural, checks the third, checks the fourth base. Checking the fifth, checking everywhere. He's looking for an expansion. It's in the main. The call is coming from inside the house, Pappy. Oh my god. Meanwhile, no Robo, proxy Stargate. Stargate into Void Ray. Hatchery is done. And here come the roaches. Initially, Ravagers here across the map. Here come the roaches. Creep is revealed.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
Alright, so got Abathur going. It's only one roach for now. Again, he did make an initial roach here at home. So extra roaches means less across the map. Meanwhile, there's nothing. There's nothing here. There's just nothing to defend. Right now, he's distracted. Attention here on the front lines. There's that recall. Recall's back home. Roaches revealed. And there's nothing. There's the recall, which means this Void Ray is not at home to defend. There's nothing. Just one Stalker. One Stalker and the boys. Queen about to pop out as well. There we go. The boys are being pulled. Queen has arrived. Does target down that Ravager. Ravager is denied, at least. But this is getting out of hand. Yeah, this is becoming far too much here. Every worker is going to be going down. There's a shield battery, yes, but there's no cannon. There's only just the one Stalker. Meanwhile, you can see GgMaChine working through those cannons as well. Takes down two of them. Shield battery coming in clutch. Not bad. Roach is trying to focus it down. The last one, Roach falls. He gets a queen, gets two roaches. Nice around. Oh, Deathmars. Oh, at the depower. He does depower everything, though. Archer's Pylon goes down, does get depowered. There's that one Void Ray, though. We're getting scrappy. We're getting messy. The Void Ray will kill the queen. Likewise, everything's getting repowered. Ravager's on the way. Queen goes down. And we're going for the Archer's Pylon once again. The boys are being pulled. We cannot get surrounded. Not this time. GgMaChine has to be careful here. Yeah, files on the pylon. Trades with the workers. Probes are falling one after the other. And the pylon, oh god, it's so close. The miles. Barely, oh my god. Gets the pylon, depowers everything. Backup pylon, sorry, that's a cannon on the way, not a pylon. And Death Mars is down to 12 workers. Down to 12 workers. Meanwhile, Ling's going for a counterattack. I mean, the wall is open. True. Wall is wide open. Back at home, more queens on the way to defend against the Void Ray. Yeah, and here come those Lings. Going for the pylon, actually. Trying to focus it down. Yeah, more Lings are flooding in. Going for the mineral line. Going for the probes. They get one. Every worker counts. As we have less than a base economy. Oh, we have the queen. They coming for the surround. Yeah, Lings, they surround the Stalker. It should be enough. Stalker falls. That was the only unit outside of the Void Ray. There's a second Void Ray. Second Void Ray for Death Mars. But it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. And again, this proxy should not have gotten up and running. It's crazy that it did. And GG gets called. GgMaChine takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Does take a lead in the series. Again, a very crazy, very intense game. Again, unfortunately, Death Mars, he didn't quite notice the one drone slipping into the main base, slipping into that main and going for that proxy hatchery. And because of that, GG. GG, well played. That's all that GgMaChine did need to get things rolling, to snowball out of control, and to break the main base. To break that main. It was impressive that, of course, Death Mars did surround. Did surround for that one moment. Did surround the roaches and did clean up the first 2 roaches and the Ravager. That was a nice moment for Death Mars, but still was not enough to really recover and to maintain that defense back at home. And with that, we're getting into game 2 with GgMaChine having a lead. Does have a lead. And do we go for another cannon rush? Again, I'm not too familiar with Death Mars. I don't know if he cannon rushes often or not. I don't know if he's overly cheesy. I mean, clearly he's willing to cannon rush. Is willing. But now we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines. We have our blue Protoss player representing 3D Clan. It is Death Mars. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg himself, leading the series 1-0, punishing the cannon rush. It is GgMaChine. Here we go. Oh, it's non-stop proxy, non-stop cheese, non-stop aggression here out of Death Mars. We're going for the proxy outside of that 4th base location, so a more unorthodox location for the proxy. And are we going for the flower? Are we going gasless proxy 4 gates? We're getting towards the flower here. 2 gates. Okay, so proxy 2 gate is initially proxy 2 gates. The probe comes in for a scout, making it look like everything's normal. A late probe scout, true. Is a late probe scout that might tip GgMaChine off at least for a moment. Hatch gas pool, standard opener out of GgMaChine. But the probe is late, and that is suspect. Meanwhile, gases are being taken. So I would imagine it's going to be 2 gate double zealot into Stalker reinforcements. With the Cybercore follow-up. We'll see. Initially, zealots are going to be on the way. And here comes that Cybercore. We'll see how Death Mars does pieces all together. Likewise, we'll see how GgMaChine responds. Oh. As that one drone is getting very low. GgMaChine playing with fire. Here we go, zealots are on the way. In production. Backup pylon. Once the Cybercore finishes, do we go for the proxy Stargate? Do we go Stargate? Do we go Robo? Do we commit into further tech? There we go. Stalkers are being chronoed as we speak. Zealots are revealed. Now he knows. He sees 2 zealots. That means there's 2 gateways. He is aware. Doesn't overextend with the Overlord. Does keep it close by to tuck away there at the pillar. Proxy shield shield batteries. Let's go. GgMaChine has responded. He responds with the Spine Crawler. Spine Crawler, Link speed is on the way. He does pull back into gas. That should be for roaches. Overlord always going to be shut down. Massive pick off supply blocks, GgMaChine. Yeah, massive supply block. Another Spine Crawler in production. Where are the Overlords? Late Overlord here out of GgMaChine. And boys are being pulled down. Lings, they try to engage. They get a surround on one Zealot. Just barely. Gets one, gets both. Not bad. Takes down both Zealots. Spine Crawler does reposition. Oof. Still brutal pickoffs. Bleeding out a lot of Lings. More Spine Crawlers on the way. Yeah, just a wall of Spine Crawlers. As they are slowly pushing forward. Spine's taking a lot of hits. Oh no, the Queen! Queen taking a lot of damage as well. Lings are amassing, and right now GgMaChine is hoping for a surround. He wants to bait the army further onto creep, and then surround. And lock down the Stalkers. Clutch Transfuse. Keeps the Queens alive. Sorry, keeps the Spine alive. That's a lot of shield batteries finishing up. Sentries on the way for force fields. Spine Crawlers, they do line up. They're lined up, they're in position. Oh my god, actually moving forward, he's crazy! Yeah, it does move forward. Lings, they attempt to surround. The shield batteries, they put in a lot of work. Not bad, they lock down the army. Spine Crawlers are going to be able to burrow, and the Stalkers, yeah, they get surrounded. GG gets caught, he gets completely surrounded, he gets shut down, and GgMaChine, whew, he does hold, he does hold, he does defend. He will claim the series 2-0. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very, very intense series there. Does take it. Defmar is just proxying both games. Cannon Rush game 1 into Proxy Void Ray game 2. 2-gate double Zealot into double Stalker into Mass Stalker Shield Battery Rush. But alas, did get surrounded, to get locked down. A very patient play out of GgMaChine. That's the most important part. He was very patient with his movement, with his Spine Crawlers, with how he was positioning. Very well rehearsed defense there by the Zerg player, and with that, he holds. Very impressive. GG. GG, well played. Does hold, does defend. And with that, he will claim the series and advance on into the next round, I believe. Does take it. Oh no, sorry. I believe that means he's through. So GgMaChine, he has made it through. So my apologies. Does make it through. He has qualified. He has qualified for that, for the playoffs. Congratulations. And Death Mars, he's still in this. Do not worry, he's still in this. He's still in the group stage, but he has to play another match to try to make it into the playoffs. Into those playoffs. So GgMaChine is going to make it out in 3rd place. Meanwhile, the other match is still ongoing. Again, our series is very fast series. But I would love to try to jump into potentially Nicoract versus MilkiCow. I think they're in game 2. It might be in game 2. And likewise, we have Arch versus Replicants. I believe MilkiCow is covering that series. Let's open up a couple of tabs here. What's happening? He's in game 1. Oh my god, they're getting into the late game. So while we wrap up a series, MilkiCow, he is still in game 1 between Arch and Replicant. Let's go. As Replicant is looking solid in game 1, I will say that at least. But they are in game 1. Meanwhile, I guess we're waiting for a series to open up. My eyes are mainly going to be on MilkiCow versus Nicoract. That does look very tempting to me. Vax versus UD Soldier, also looking good. True. Also, it does look tempting. We're just trying to catch a couple of players. So they're also mid-series. So we have Esos versus Power. I'm going to try to avoid the mirror matchups. And we have Nicoract versus Sickness as well. Oh. Speaking of. The ace match. Gee, these matches are so fast. Okay. Okay, we're jumping in mid-series. We have Nicoract and Cygnus. And they're in the ace match. They're currently in the ace match. They're jumping into game 3. We're here to wrap up this series. How do you spell Cygnus? Cygnus, capital N. Cygnus, he's a player that I have not casted before, I'll be honest. I've not covered in the past. So I'm happy to be introduced. Great. Interesting. Oh, good. But here we go. Okay, so we have Nicoract versus Cygnus. We're about to jump into game number 3, the ace match between these two players. I would typically favor Nicoract in this matchup, I'll be honest, but Nicoract, he did show a little bit of weakness earlier against Strange, so there's potential for Cygnus. I mean, clearly we're going to the ace match, so they have had a back and forth. We'll see how this story does end. So we're getting ready for that ace. And again, if you want to tune into Arch versus Replicants, that is being covered by MilkiCow. MilkiCow is all over that series, so he's got you covered there. And because we're jumping into the ace match, and because these matches have been quite fast, so I imagine a lot of cheese and aggression has been getting involved, we might even have time to jump into a 3rd series here in round 4. Might be able to. As looks like our players, they need a moment. So I do apologize, but looks like our players, they need a moment here before we jump in. I do need to have a haircut one of these days. It's been getting unruly, pappy. Unruly. But yeah, just getting ready for our next match. We might even have a little bit of downtime here. Looks like Cygnus, you know, is maybe otherwise preoccupied, so it needs a moment. More than happy to wait for our players. So yeah, we might go on a short break here, and when we come back, then we'll be jumping in. Then we'll be jumping into that ace match. Again, our players, they need a little bit of time here, so take this time to quickly get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain the disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with our ace match of this TVP. We'll see you soon. See you soon. Oh yeah, never mind. God, I was about to cut to break. We got him. We have our player. Yeah, we're good. Okay, never mind. We're getting into the ace match. Let's go. It's going to be on Frostline. Loading into Frostline. And again, I've never casted Cygnus before, so it's going to be my first. We'll see what the first impression is here. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. I would say the favorite player in this series, but has been brought to the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is Nicoract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the purple Protoss player, the purple Protoss himself. It is Cygnus. He's disgusting. He's sick. Let's go. As we get into this, almost the polar opposite of Cure, I would suppose. But getting into this, the winner of this series is going to qualify for the playoffs. So the winner will qualify for the playoffs. The loser of this series is going to be forced to play in the final round in round 5. So the loser of this series will still have another chance. They will still have another chance, but they'll have to fight it out in that 5th round. against another opponent. So thankfully, these two players, they have another life. They have another life here. They can afford a misstep or a mistake that they wouldn't want to, of course. They would like to, you know, wrap up their tournament run right here and right now and rest up for tomorrow. We'll see what it's going to be. As a reminder, someone was asking earlier, like Chrononauts was asking as to when the playoffs are going to be. The playoffs are tomorrow. So today's the group stage, tomorrow is the playoffs, 2-day event. The Fire Cup used to be 3 days, used to be a 3-day event, but we have consolidated the group stage into 1 day instead. The group stage has been consolidated. Which I'm sure the players appreciate, just because it means it's a bit of less of a commitment to compete in the tournament. Used to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all 3 days committed to Fire Cup. Now only 2 days. But now we do have an economic opener, ranks expand out of Nicoract, going for only a single gas geyser into a faster CC, so economic start by Nicoract. Meanwhile, Cygnus back at home going for a standard opener. Gate into Cybercore into expansion. Sentry first, a very safe play here by Cygnus. What does a Sentry first mean? It means hallucination. It means hallucination here is going to scatter across the map and get a read as to what's going on. So we're now just trying to keep up with the initial Reaper. Stalker has arrived. Reaper is going to be locked down. And thankfully, there is an escape. There is an escape route. Does pull away. We have our take of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Cygnus. The Reaper does not scout this. Does not confirm. Meanwhile, waiting for the hallucination. There it is. Hallucination now does fan out. So with this hallucination, we're going to be getting a read on the opener, on the tech of choice, and on the follow-up. Speaking of, it is not going to be Reactor Reaper Hellion. We have a handful of Reapers, that is true. When I say a handful, only one Reaper, then into Marine production. So no additional like Reaper aggression. Hallucination confirms that Marines are building up. Also confirms the lack of add-ons, that Hellions are on the way, and we should be setting up for some drop play. There we go, medevac. Is going to be medevac first, getting ready for a Hellion drop. Okay. This is interesting. Now, as a reminder, how many Hellions kill a worker? How many Hellions to one-shot a worker? 3. It takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. So probes are very vulnerable and very prone to lining up for that splash damage. Cygnus, he has to be careful, as this one drop can wreak havoc. As we are waiting, oh my god, as we actually split up the army. Interesting. It's going to be a Marine drop towards the left-hand side and Reaper Hellion on the right. Now, Cygnus, he does have some good City. Likewise, he also did open up 3-gate Blink into a third base. Very safe play here out of Cygnus. He delays his third base in favor of extra Warpins, extra Stalkers. Honestly, Cygnus looking quite secure. But it comes down to the control, comes down to the movement, comes down to the execution. As Reaper Hellion is amassing, getting ready for the dive. Drop into the main base, will distract, and ideally create an opening. And do we respond? Yeah, no response. He's in position. The Helion's going to be shut down. And Cygnus, he holds. He holds on to the natural, but at the same time, Marines, they pop up in the main. Yeah, getting 3, getting 4 probe kills. They do get some damage. Pulling back, going for the probes. Oh, he wants another. Doesn't get it, though. Just 4. Just 4 worker kills. Hellion into the mineral line, gets cleaned up, and Cygnus, he holds well. He does hold, he does defend. So far, so good. Also, my apologies. I did forget... I mean, it is the ace match, so but I do apologize. I didn't quite open up the predictions for this. It did slip my mind just because we're in the ace match. But true. I mean, I think by now predictions would be closed. My apologies. My apologies. As Nicoract, he pulls away with a handful of Marines and still continues aggression with his Raven. All in all, I would say that Cygnus is in a better position. Here comes a Blink! Oh, and the Raven is going to be shot down. Nice defense so far here by Cygnus. He shuts down the aggression, shuts down the Raven, defends his bases, and now Cygnus does take a worker lead. Does take a lead here. Likewise, Nicoract, his move gets spotted, he gets scouted. Cygnus in position. Here to shut this down. Nicoract, he has to pull away. Yeah, he does respect it. He does pull back. Again, Nicoract, he knows he got scattered, so he pulls back home, sets up defensively, and he's contained. Nicoract is contained. Now, thankfully, he's not going for an all-in. He's going for a third CC, so Nicoract is building up towards a longer game state. But he does need more time. And throughout all of this, he's contained, and Cygnus is enjoying a third base. And now he can expand and get a fourth. There we go. Fourth base is on the way, taking up into charge, +1, Colossus production as well with that bay. So far, Cygnus looking solid. Looking very secure. Very secure here. Nicoract, he attempts to expand. We'll see if he's able to. Get spotted. Cygnus rotates with the army. Nicoract pushing right down mid, and Cygnus has to make a choice. Either he tries to pick away at the force, or he counterattacks at the third base. What does he go for? Cygnus, okay, he's racing back. He's racing back home. He does spot the army with the observer. Does spot the army. Pokes in. Oh. Gets a marine. Gets a marine, gets a marauder. Nice pickup. Nice pickup towards the end. Nicoract, he commits across the map, going for the natural. Colossus still on the way. Ah, that's a lot of charge. That's a lot of charge, lots. Mine shots going off. Some decent connections, but the tanks are going to go down. Massive pickup, takes down both tanks. Chases back the army, and Cygnus holds. Cygnus, he holds well. The real Colossus does come in to reinforce. And Cygnus honestly looking quite solid here. I mean, hey, he's getting his fourth base. He saved it. It's going to get up and running. Making additional Colossi. Extendable lance. Range is on the way. Upgrades. Now taking up towards Storm. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on Nicoract. He has to be active. He needs more damage. He's at least getting his third. But as he moves out, he is spotted by the observer. Oh, he spots the observer himself. Nicely done. Does snipe it. Does snipe it in the end. Cygnus likewise building up. Again, getting his second forge. He should be starting up Storm momentarily. Now, there is a window in time before Storm where Cygnus is a little bit more vulnerable here, especially with the Marauder-heavy composition that Nicoract is going for. Building up more Marauders, getting into Vikings as well. Nicoract will have dive potential. For now, waiting for his Ghosts. Ghosts are on the way. Getting into Ghosts. Now throwing down a second starport. Scan reveals the fourth base is already fully saturated. Again, Nicoract, he did miss that expansion earlier when he was pushing. And both armies are maxing out. Now, I had assumed that this Temple Archives was for Storm, but there is no Storm. I have to be curious here if that's intentional or not. Okay, we're morphing in High Templar. Sorry, morphing in Archons. High Templar just for Archons. No Storm whatsoever. It is bold. There's only 3 Colossus as well, so not too much splash damage. Instead, it's very gateway heavy. Very gateway heavy. I mean, this army can work, but this army is ideal when it comes to fighting out in the open. Not necessarily when it comes to pushing into these siege positions. So we'll see how Cygnus does engage. Cygnus, he does push. Nicoract, he scans, he spots the army, he is aware. Cygnus just building up his death ball. Ready to push in. He rotates, he checks for the fourth. Likewise, he does get onto the high ground, looking for a better angle of attack. Nicoract, he's ready for this. EMP's popping up, does connect in with the Stalkers. And he will kite back. EMP's the Archons as well. The Bio Army does break through. The Stealth's out of position. And Nicoract so far taking a better fight. Takes a better trade, going for the Colossus. That's a lot of swipes coming off though. Yeah, a lot of swipes on the Colossus. Has to back off. Colossus goes down, and Nicoract holds. And he does hold. Again, that angle of attack was really awkward. The Zealots, they just weren't doing their job. Their goal here was to buffer for the Stalkers and for the Colossus, but they weren't able to. It's just a really awkward attack from Cygnus, and Nicoract, he does outtrade. He does outtrade, as you can see here. He got 3 Archons, a Colossus, and 6 Stalkers for what? For a couple of Marauders and a Ghost. Did lose Marines, but I mean, equivalent to the Zealots, more than anything. So a much better fight for the Terran. Likewise, as we mentioned, the army that Cygnus had built up isn't really built for pushing into a defensive position, into a defending Terran. Not quite. And Cygnus, he still refuses to tech up. I don't see a second robot. Sorry, there is a second robot. I don't see any disruptors, no storm, nor the splash damage. Ideally, you do want to support the Colossus army with something else, something more, something greater. But no, Cygnus, he commits. He's just sticking with it. And we have a base trade. Okay, he does turn around. Nicoract, he does react, he does turn around, but he's out of position. He is heavily out of position. Army pushes in. CC's under fire. Nicoract just now arriving. Yeah, so he's going to be going down. Vikings, they shut down the Prism. The Prism, the Colossus, a lot of Vikings. Yeah, Colossus count going to be reset. If only there was some more splash damage here. Yeah, Colossus goes down, and Nicoract, he will win this fight. At the cost, though, of his economy. There's 13 SCVs. Being forced back home. Stalkers moving in once again. Nicoract, he's ready this time. Nicoract is ready. He does defend, takes the supply lead, getting his 4th expansion. But he's down to 55 SCVs. The worker count, that's the thing that's brutal here. Losing so many SCVs. And now finally we have what? Disruptors. Disruptors are finally on the way. At this point, I would like to see a 3rd Robo. It takes a long time to rebuild and reproduce Robo-based units. So there's a long way to go here for Cygnus. And Nicoract, he has momentum. He's in control. He's in control, he has momentum. He shuts down the Prism. Prism goes down. Cygnus, he double expands, getting bottom right and top left. There's no saving that expansion. There's no saving that Nexus, as it should fall. Nicoract moving in. Now we finally have that 3rd Robo. Dark Shrine as well. Cygnus getting desperate. Ooh. Yeah, this won't be the best trade. Cygnus beating out those Zealots. The Zealots, they melt. It forces a response. Cygnus, he does find the main army. That is a lot more disruptors. It's going to be 5 disruptors, but Nicoract, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He's going for top left. Going for that northern base. Never goes up. Nicoract, he pulls away. Oh, Stims in. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. Takes down 4, takes down all 5. Every disruptor goes down. Massive pickoffs. He gets 5. Likewise, northern base is going to be saved. Cygnus, he defends. But here towards the south side, Likewise also defends. The Zealots, they put in a lot of work. Oh, and Nicoract, he will lose everything here. Yes, he got all the disruptors, but he will lose his ghosts. That was a big overextension here from Nicoract. Bleeds out his ghosts. Losing his main army. And we're getting back and forth. It's getting close here. Cygnus, he saves the 5th base. He saves the mineral line. Cygnus now up in workers. And the army supplies are neck and neck. Now, when it comes to the main armies here, what do we have? 4 disruptors. 4 disruptors, 1 Colossus. An army that can still do well here for the Protoss. And Nicoract, he had some good moments, but that fight towards the south wasn't quite worth it in the end. I mean, sniping the disruptors was, but then he lost everything. And now he's down to 3 ghosts. Liberation is on the horizon, but he's not there yet. Again, that's because of the low SCV count. Sickness moving in. Catching out the Marauders. Does catch the Marauders. Nicoract simming in from behind, gets a Prism. Prism goes down. But this main army is terrifying. It's mainly Stalker. Nerves going off. Gets a Ghost. Takes down a Ghost. Nicoract forcing him all the way back home. Just buying time. It's kind of working, but it's expensive. Very expensive loss here for Nicoract. As he's getting into Liberators. Liberation has arrived. And with enough Liberators, can Nicoract buy enough time? Can he buy time? Can he slow down the push? Army blinks in. Oof. Takes down the Liberators. Novas, they pop off. And Cygnus, he has done it. Yeah, he has done it. He breaks through the main army. Takes down the Ghosts. Takes down the Marauders. Oof. Chasing him down. Oh, has to respect those Liberators. Does respect them. Does pull away. Nicoract taking top left. Takes another expansion. And Cygnus looking for another way in. Again, pushing into all these Liberators, not easy. Just being bullied back. And Nicoract, he's slowly building up. He's slowly rebuilding his army. But he still needs more time. Oh. How bleeds that Liberator. One Lib goes down and he commits. Yeah, he just blinks in. Does push forward, takes out 4, 5, 6, 7 Liberators. All Liberators go down. GG gets called, and Cygnus will take the series 2-1, advancing on and making it to the playoffs. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Cygnus. He will claim the series. Very impressive here by Cygnus to be able to recover, to be able to take down Nicoract. Again, I would favor Nicoract to make it to the playoffs, but alas, does fall here in this, or in the 4th round. Nicoract, as a reminder, he's still in the tournament. He's still in the tournament. Nicoract, he is going to be playing in round 5, but does fall here to Cygnus. And Cygnus, he will be able to make it through initially. Make it through first. So Cygnus will be a part of the playoffs. Meanwhile, we have some other updates coming in. Some other results coming out. Oh my god. Okay, first things first. Replicant versus Art, still mid-series. Replicant and Art, they're still mid-series. They're still being covered by MilkiCow. They should be in the ace match, I would imagine. They are, yes. Okay, so Arch and Replicant, they're in the ace match. They're being covered by MilkiCow. Meanwhile, we have UD Soldier takes down Vax 2-0. UD Soldier, I believe that means Vax is out. Vax, he is out of the tournament. He has been eliminated. UD Soldier does advance on to round 5, not to the playoffs, but to round 5. Meanwhile, we have Nikic versus MilkiCow. They are 30 minutes into their game. There's a crazy late game TVZ going on between Nikic and MilkiCow. I don't know if they're in game 2 or in game 3. They're in one of them, so best of luck. As they are mid-series, and Eastos and Power also mid-series. Eastos and Power also mid-series. So we have 3 matches ongoing. And again, Art versus Replicants are about to wrap up. Looks like we just got an update. Eastos and Power, they just got out of game. Here we have results. We have results. Power is out. Power is knocked out. Vax is knocked out. Eastos also advancing on to round 5, which means we have 2 series ongoing. Art versus Replicant and MilkiCow versus Nikic. So 2 series ongoing. And once they wrap up, we will be able to confirm which players face off in that final round, in those final matches of the group stage. So we are getting there. So again, Nicoract, even though he did fall to Cygnus here, he has one last chance to make it to the playoffs. Nicoract, he's going to be facing off against either UD Soldier, Eastos, or the winner of MilkiCow and Nikic. I don't know who exactly, but he's going to play against one of them. Play against one. So best of luck. And that means we have some downtime. That means we do have some downtime here. Just catching up with the jacket. See Mito in the chats. Hey, I've heard rumors about Twitch getting rid of VOD soon. They're not rumors, like confirmation. Twitch, they have already announced that they're getting rid of VODs. It's already happening. But yes, all of our VODs and including podcasts and all of the content, all of our casting does go to YouTube. It's all on YouTube. I believe Kura is already answering that. Yes, yes, everything is on YouTube. We got you covered. We got you covered. It's all on YouTube. But thanks for asking. Thanks for asking. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Yeah, we're going to be going on a short break here. Again, we are waiting for some matches to wrap up before we can get into round 5. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have our next set of matches. And again, Nikish and MilkiCow, they're 34 minutes into their game. It's crazy. Insane late game going on. Insane late game. Best of luck. We're going to go on a break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. We don't know how long it's going to be, so take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and we'll see you guys for that final round. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our final match here in round 4. This is the final one. All the other matches I've concluded and we are jumping in mid-series. If you recall, I was talking briefly about how they were in a 35-minute game. I had assumed that was at least game 2 or the ace match. That was game 1. That's crazy. That was only game 1. Did conclude in favor of our Terran player here is spawning in the right hand corner of Arrowhome. We have our red Terran player representing 3D Clan leading the series 1-0. It is MilkiCow. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Belarus representing Alien Esports. It is Nikic. And if you are in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our matchup, and hopefully we get an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, I would love to see a game 3 between these two. Meanwhile, Proxy 2x Reaper instantly scattered. Instantly is scattered. Boys are being pulled to deal with that proxy. It's going to be 3 drones being pulled here, but because of the positioning, we can actually save those SCVs. With good RNG, they can get onto the other side and they can be safe to the worker, which is why Nikic comes in from behind. He comes in from behind. He is aware of this. Despite coming in from behind, looks like the Raxes are going to finish. Yeah, they're going to finish up without too much issue. Oh, gets one SCV. And can he get the other? Oh, not quite. Yeah, not quite. So he delays by a couple of seconds. I'm not too sure if this was worth it. He at least kills one worker, so that does delay the bunkers. And bunkers should be on the way, as this is a proxy 3 racks, not 2. Uh-oh. It's going to be 3 instead. And again, predictions by now should have closed. Best of luck. Bunkers are on the way. Marines are amassing. Proxy 3x Marine. I said Reaper earlier, my apologies. But 3x Marine is more dedicated, is more committed, more all in. Boys are being pulled, but Marines are here to focus on those drones. He gets one. Gets one worker so far. Ling's going to be collapsing in. The bunker is not yet done. It's not going to finish. It should not complete. So far, Nikic, he's holding on. He is holding. Despite that, the Bio Army does quite well. Shuts down every single Ling. Yeah, Lings go down. More Lings trickling in. Roach Warren's on the way. Oof. Does target down more of those workers. The bunker finished. No shot. The bunker does complete. Ay, ay, ay. Again, that should not have happened. Oh, gets a Marine. Gets one. Yeah, extension there from MilkiCow will bleed out one Marine. Likewise, Roaches are amassing. Nikic needs a little bit more time. As Roaches, they have arrived just in time. They do pop out. They shut down another Marine. And the boys are being pulled. Let's go. One way or another, the game is about to win. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing here for MilkiCow. Oh, the Queen is so low. Gets a Roach. Oh, gets a Roach. Nikic here overextends. Please out a Roach. The other 2 are getting very low as well. He's got 3 more Roaches on the way. The boys have arrived. Oh, he gets a Queen. He's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. Going for the surround. Again, we're down to what? 5 Roaches. Oh, likewise, drones being pulled as well. Drones going to be falling. Down to 3 Roaches left. Down to 2. Down to 1. There's not enough there. There's not enough here. The Bio Army does get out of hand. Gets another Roach and another. And with that, MilkiCow, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken Nikic. Is rallying into the Roaches though, bleeding out Marines, expensive losses. Muling his heart out back at home. Does mule. And there's only 3 Roaches remaining here for Nikic. It's not going to be enough. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. The army is cornered. There's no escaping this. Marines, they stutter step in. They focus on every single Roach, every single drone. We're down to 2 Roaches. Down to 1. And I was excited for a long game. I wanted to see another like half-hour game, but no, it's not gonna happen. GG gets called. MilkiCow, he will cheese Nikic out of the tournament. And Nikic, he is out of Firegrow Cup number 8. GG. GG, well played. I was hoping for an ace match. I was hoping for a game 3. As a reminder, MilkiCow, he faked a 2-racks Marine, a proxy 2-racks. It was really a proxy 3-racks, which meant that pulling the boys and being that committed early on wasn't really worth it in the end, just because it was an all-in. Nikic was bleeding out mining time, of course. It was brutal that he got surrounded as well early on by his roaches. And likewise, because of the awkward attack path of the boys being pulled, they actually didn't get scouted, they didn't get spotted by the overlords, and MilkiCow, sorry, Nikic, he had no idea what was going on, was unprepared for the all-in. GG. GG, well played. MilkiCow, he will snowball out of control, and with that, MilkiCow, he will have another chance here to make it through into the playoffs. He will have another chance. Let's get ready for that final round. My condolences, Nikic. Nikic, he's out. Nikic, he's out of the tournament. He's out of the group stage. He does not make it into the playoffs. Now it's between 6 players. We have 6 players left. Only 3 will make it through. Oh boy. 3 final matches. Right now, the match is just being seeded. There's 3 Protoss and 3 Terran. We have Death Mars, UD Soldier, Nicoract, Eastos, Replicant, and MilkiCow. I'm tempted to follow either Nicoract or MilkiCow into their future matches. Right now they're being seeded. Okay. Looks like it should be Replicant versus UD Soldier, if I read this correctly. Hold on. They are deciding. Are deciding. Are seeing the matches. Yeah. So it's gonna be Replicant versus UD Soldier in the first PvT. Yo, do we get a Terran versus Terran? No shot. Do we have those mirror matchups? Up next, Nicoract. Alright, where are we dropping? Also, I just realized I had the wrong race locos out of game, so I do apologize. Where are we dropping? Great, TBD. Yeah, it's MilkiCow. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, we know what we want. There it is. It's going to be Nicoract versus MilkiCow. They're going to be facing off in the next round. And what's crazy here is that one of these two is going to make it through, the other will not. I would say that these are the 2 best Terran players in the CIS region, 100%. It is Nicoract and MilkiCow, but there's only enough room for one. There can be only one. And it's going to be Death Mars versus Eastos. So we have a PvP, TVT, and TVP to end the night. Of course, I was saying earlier, we either follow Nicoract or MilkiCow. Well, they play against each other. Let's go. They're playing against each other. Only one will make it to the playoffs. Best of luck. Best of luck here. Vetoes are underway. And that is our next series. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we return, we will have our next matchup. We will have that final TVT. See you soon. See you soon after this very short break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final round of the group stage. It's been an intense and long event so far. A long group stage. Many have risen, many more have fallen, and now we are here in the final round, round 5 of group stage for Fire Cup number 8. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing 3D Clan. It is MilkiCow. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open, and place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. This will most likely be our final series of the group stage and of the broadcast. Basically, there are 3 matches. There are 3 remaining matches. They're all happening concurrently. They're happening at the same time. This is the final round. What does that mean? That means the winner of this series will make it to the playoffs tomorrow. The loser is out of the tournament. Loser is eliminated. Oh boy. Here we go. We see MilkiCow instantly scouting. He does scout, does check for a proxy at the 3rd location. Behind this, double gas. Double gas open out of MilkiCow, double gas out of Nicoract. This means that both players are going for faster factories, that both players are delaying their CCs. As we saw in the previous series, MilkiCow, he is willing to be hyper cheesy. He's willing to be hyper cheesy, hyper aggressive. So I feel like double gas openers are going to be the norm in this series. I don't know if you want to cut corners against MilkiCow, likewise against Nicoract either. SCV Scout does confirm, and meanwhile MilkiCow, he does lock the SCV in. Does lock him in, does lock him down. As that SCV is going to fall. Meanwhile across the map, we do see Nicoract moving out. So far, mirrored builds, except Nicoract, he is making a second Reaper. MilkiCow, what's he doing? Add-on. MilkiCow, he's making an add-on, going for the reactor, going for what looks to be an add-on swap. Well, meanwhile, MilkiCow, he does shoot first. It does shoot first. Nicoract, he has to back up. Oh my god, barely does out-trade. Barely, very close. Very close between the Reapers. Very clutch. CC on the high ground, CC on the low ground for Nicoract, not bad. Because Nicoract has map control, he barely has map control, he's able to take that faster CC on location. Oh! Nicoract once again pushes in, but nah, he does not win this fight, does not win the trade. MilkiCow did shoot first. Oh, the cleanup though. Doesn't get it. No shot, does not get the Reaper, barely not. Takes out an SCV. Delays the starport. Oh, and he will lose both Reapers. Oh no. That's brutal. With that, both Reapers go down for 1 SCV and 1 Reaper. MilkiCow, he does get the better trade. He's moving out for a counterattack. Back at home, Nicoract, he does have 1 Hellion of his own, but is a little bit vulnerable. Thankfully, I believe the CC should finish. I believe the command center should finish up in time. It is close, but it will complete. Yeah, it does complete. MilkiCow, he does dive in. Nicoract, he defends. Defends, pulls a couple boys to help buffer, takes on the Reaper, but he will lose his Hellion. Yeah, barely will. MilkiCow does that trade. He does that trade, it takes out the main army, goes to the middle line, SCV is going to be going down. And Nicoract, he's in trouble here. He is in a little trouble in a mirror matchup, losing 2 SCVs is brutal. MilkiCow now landing on location. Nicoract, he was already on location. Has the orbital, has an extra mule, true. The mule does help. And we can see Nicoract going for 2 more axes before, starport, then into 2 more axes. Getting into his 3 max setup. MilkiCow starting up his own Viking and tank production. Going for his drop. Does go for the drop across the map. Headed towards the main. Nicoract not quite in position, has to respond. And he will get his tank. Tank does pop just in time. Going for the medevac. Very nice trade. And Nicoract, he slaps the Cyclone, gets a Marine. So far he defends. Hellions into the natural. MilkiCow being hyper aggressive. Doesn't get much, does pull away. As the dust settles, where exactly are we here? So MilkiCow, he is even on tanks. He has more Vikings. So the Viking count here is going to be a factor. He has air control. Getting within range of the mineral line. Getting SCV kills, he gets one. Likewise, Hellion drop into the main. MilkiCow just being so annoying here with so few units. Roasting up SCVs, he gets 4 SCVs so far. And it's a one-way trip. These Hellions, they don't really have any more value here. They didn't scale into a longer game, so they get 8 SCVs. Viking drops in, and Nicoract is being pulled apart. He's being pulled apart here. Again, with only a handful of units doing so much damage, lifts up the Vikings, get them the hell out of there. Does pull away. Sieging up. Dragging him in. Yeah, Tank Boy's going up for the bio. And MilkiCow, he will take this fight. He will take this, takes down the tanks. There's one tank left. It will also fall. And this is just far too much damage. GG gets called, and MilkiCow, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. MilkiCow punishing the failed aggression of Nicoract and also getting to his own. That was insane. Just so much damage early on with so few units. I mean, that's what's the most impressive to me here, is that it was, what, like a couple of Hellions here and there, a tank, a Viking, the drop, of course, into the main, just all slowly adding up. And in the end, Nicoract could not keep up with that. We're getting into game 2. MilkiCow, he has a lead. And MilkiCow is 1 game away from claiming the series. Now, I want to believe that Nicoract, he can bring it back. 100%. He can bring it back. He can force the ace match. But the pressure is on. The pressure is on. And we are getting into game 2. It's going to be on Sandworm. Oh boy. We go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, he has a 5-pack hero now to force the ace match. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, representing 3D Clan. It is MilkiCow. We go, and welcome one and all to Sandworm. And if you have not seen this map before, then I would ask you, why have you not been watching the stream? Was it? But this is, of course, one of the new TLMC maps. Was one of the finalists for Team Liquid Map Contest number 20, and we did feature it plenty of times over the past 2 weeks. In the lead up to the voting period ending, we did feature maps like, or every map actually, Sandworm, Torches, Killer's Mile, Kill Switch, Persephone, Seliganeia. Plenty of maps were featured. All of them were featured on the channel to make sure that everyone had as much information as possible coming into the voting stage of TLMC. Sandworm was one of the more popular maps by the players in our tournaments. Was a very popular map. It is a small rush map, true, it is a small rush map, but there are these dragons' teeth in the center. These are kind of like the squares on Neon Violet Square, but these are more tightly packed. They're more tightly packed. They do impact engagements in the center, 100%. Certain units of certain sizes, of larger sizes, cannot fit through these cones. They cannot fit through. Only workers and smaller units can. Otherwise, double gas opener out of MilkiCow, likewise double gas out of Nicoract. No surprises there. And again, this is a small map, this is a rush map. What I will say is that because of certain features here, this does actually make the center of the map quite defendable and quite difficult to break through. Likewise, these gold bases are also more accessible. Yes, they are in the center, which means they're a little bit more exposed, but because of these dragon's teeth and because of these rocks and because of the terrain, we've actually seen a lot of players expand here and successfully defend this base. Successfully defend the gold. As you have to actually knock down these rocks to mine for the gold. It's another thing to take into consideration. Likewise, both players expanding. Once again, reactor first out of MilkiCow, going reactor Reaper Hellion initially. Meanwhile, no reactor out of Nicoract. Just chilling out back at home. Same one was the goal. It was. Again, if you're voting has ended already. TLMC voting has ended. I believe less than 24 hours ago the voting was revealed, and we do have our winners, our finalists. I believe Lost Fantasy came first place, Persephone came second, and I think Torches was third. Oh, As Reapers, they do rush forward. So far, better trade by MilkiCow. Takes down the Reaper. He will get the second Reaper as well. Oh, rough start for Nicoract. Looking at the trades, Nicoract losing 2 Reapers for nothing. Not the best start, but not the end of the world. He can climb back. Still taking extra damage though. Again, he's up against more units. Nicoract has to fall back. He has to fall back here to the main base. SCVs are under fire. Hellions are lining up. They're getting very low. Boys are being pulled. And MilkiCow, he takes control of the natural. He has control. Takes over the natural base. Forces back Nicoract. Nicoract in a rough position here. Building up his own Cyclones, his own Vikings. Nicoract, he's not dead by any means. He's not in danger of dying anytime soon, but he's being denied mining. And that means that MilkiCow is ahead. Does take an economic lead. Mining for his natural. MilkiCow, he pulls back. Does maintain a larger army as well. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main brunt of MilkiCow's army with a tank and a medevac drop. Nicoract back at home. Again, he is vulnerable. He does have a smaller army to work with. Hellion's getting caught out. The first Hellion falls. Massive pickup. Gets a Hellion, gets a Reaper. The boys are being pulled. It's going to be a tough hold here for Nicoract. Not like this, as he has to lose every single worker. 7 SCVs go down. He cannot hold on. Not like this. Tank does siege, but the tank is going to be targeted down. And GG gets called. MilkiCow, he overwhelms. And MilkiCow, he will take the series 2-0, advancing onto the playoffs. Nicoract is eliminated. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. MilkiCow, he will take the series, will advance on. Very well done, very well played. Very aggressive at TBT here. We didn't really get into the mid game. Like, we didn't even get into 3-base saturation. Just a lot of these games were decided by the early game. By the early game aggression. MilkiCow just popping off. Just getting too much done too quickly. GG. GG, well played. And with that, MilkiCow, he will be a part of tomorrow's broadcast in those playoffs. And now we have 2 matches left. We have 2 matches remaining. We have UD Soldier versus Replicant, and we have Def Mars versus Eastos. Oh boy. 2 matches left. I'm curious though. Gonna check out Mindle's stream to see what he's covering. I believe he was covering art. Okay, he's covering UD Soldier versus Replicant. He's in game 1. I mean, our games were fast, to be fair. Our matches were fast. But Mindle VK, sorry, UD Soldier and Replicants, they are in game 1. I see Skytos versus Mech. God damn it. So they're in a Skytos versus Mech game. I mean, Replicant, he is known for playing Mech. True. Not wrong. It's crazy. But that means that most likely we're going to be jumping into game 2. So when Replicant and UD Soldier, when they wrap up game 1, we'll be jumping into game 2. And following that match. So at least we know where we're going. Beautiful. CSO Esports. Okay. Okay, so UD Soldier versus Replicant. So most likely we'll be getting into game 2 of that series. Of course, Eastos and Def Mars are mid-series, and they're still playing out their matches as well. But that means we have some downtime. We're going to be having a little bit of downtime here. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have game 2 of Replicant and UD Soldier. Hopefully it won't take too long, but again, they're still in game 1, and it's it's Sky Terran versus Sky Toss. So just picture Mass Viking Lib into eventually BC versus Tempest Carrier Void Ray Mothership. So Sky Terran and Sky Toss, they're currently butting heads, and yeah, one of these two is going to come out on top. It's looking in favor of Replicant currently, but I mean, it's only slightly. I mean, I say that, no, yeah, Replicant, he is in control. He has an economy, he has the army. Yeah, is looking in for him. But I mean, anything can happen. There we go. But for now, we're just going to be going on that break. So we're going to be going on that short break. When we come back, we will have... God, I just panned over, and Replicant is throwing down walls of turrets in the center of the map. So it's it's going to be a while, Pappy. It's going to be a while. He's throwing down all the turrets. All the turrets. Oh, they just got out of game. Okay, no break, no break. Just got out of game. Which means we should be getting into game number 2 soon. They're all animals. So just trying to make sure I don't miss the lobby. Yo, Yuri Soldier, he's winning the fight. No shot. He was down in supply. No. Replicant. He overstepped. He aimed. No shot. No shot. Yuri Soldier, does he take it? Oh, I'm watching middle stream with a delay. I think he does. Crazy. Crazy. And there we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our red Terran player from the land of Kazakhstan, representing CSO Esports. It is Replicant. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player, the green Protoss himself, representing CSO Esports. It is Yuri Soldier. Whew, and we just got an update. Replicant is leading the series 1-0. Okay. And it was an intense late game again, as I mentioned. Sky Terran versus Sky Toss. It was crazy. Basically, what was freaking me out was at the end of that game, Replicant, he was maxed. I mean, both players were close to maxing. Replicant, he did decide to engage. He lost all of his Liberators early. He engaged with all his Libs. He left his Vikings behind. He lost all the Liberators. And then his Vikings got picked off. And Yuri Soldier did overwhelm. But because Replicant had more bases and he had a greater economy, Replicants eventually, with reinforcements, did pick away at the Sky Toss and did overcome in the end. Meanwhile, Proxy. Also, if you're in the chats, it's Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat, as we are mid-series, and this is most likely our final series of the broadcast. Here we go. Here we go. See Yuri Soldier just pull away, opening up with his initial proxy gate. Gateway has been thrown down. So far, 2 gate openers, so aggression out of Yuri Soldier, looking to hopefully delay and even force a cancel on the CC. We'll see if you can pull this off. Meanwhile, double gas here out of Replicant into a faster factory. Now, on the one hand, yes, this does mean that the factory is faster, so we get into faster Hellion production, but the CC is going to be later, and if it's on location, then that CC is going to be quite vulnerable. It's going to be vulnerable here to the initial Gateway army. So we'll see if Yuri Soldier can pop off. Oh, he's scouting. He's checking. The Reaper does check. Reaper does find the proxy. A nice scout there, and that means CC on the high ground. Yes, CC is on the high ground instead. It is safe and sound. Replicant, he's played against Yuri Soldier before. I mean, hey, they're teammates. I wouldn't be surprised if they even practice together. And with that, I mean, the Stalker does get some SCV kills, true. Gets one, almost another. Gets a couple of SCVs. Bunker is still not yet done. Second Stalker has arrived. Gets 2 SCVs, not bad. Gets 2, takes out the Reaper. Reaper also does full. Mind shot on the Zealots. Bunker will complete. The bunker will complete, but doesn't matter. There's nothing to fill it up. The Marines are still on the way. There we go. The Marines, they do pop out just in time. Whew. And Replicant will hold. Replicant, he will hold. He will defend, but he's being contained. He's being contained on one base. Behind this UD soldier, going for 2 more gates. Oh my god, he's going for the one base all in. At this point, UD soldier could have expanded. He could have taken a natural, but no, he throws down 2 more gateways going into blink. So 4-gate blink off of one base. UD soldier, he has the money to expand. He could if he wanted to. He has the money for it, but it looks like he's waiting for warp ins. He's waiting for the warp ins. Waiting for the gateways to finish. Warp gate is now done. And here come those stalkers. And warping in 4 at a time. UD soldier still choosing not to expand. Again, he could just expand and take a greater economy, but no. He wants to keep going. Wants to punish the Terran after game 1. Tank shot going up. Zoning back UD soldier. More stalkers. That's a lot of stalkers. That's a lot of stalkers. And he's baiting Replicant down to the low ground. He's baiting him down. Only one tank sieged. You can see him repositioning, moving further down. Replicant, he's that much more exposed. But he's walling up. He's walling up. Deeper's on the way. Waiting for extra warp ins. Again, it's all or nothing for UD soldier. Shade will get an eye on the setup. He sees both tanks. He's coming in. He's coming for the dive. He's going for it. He gets one. He gets one. He gets both. Both tanks go down. No bunker. No bunker. The bio army's going to crumble. And UD soldier, he does it. He breaks through the defensive line. He cleans up everything. There's nothing left. The Marines go down. The tanks as well. And now he's going for the kill. Going for the main. Going for the production. And UD soldier, it was a crazy call. GG. UD soldier ties it up. We are going to the ace match. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to the ace match here. Again, Replicant, he thought it was safe to expand. He thought it was safe to move down to the low ground. It was anything but. No bunker, not enough support for the tanks. And UD soldier, he committed to the one base all in. Let's go. Let us go. Did commit. Crazy move. And we're going to that final game. It all ends here. It all ends in game 3. It all ends on Arrowhome. Let's go. All ends on Arrowhome. Arrowhome, for those who are unaware, is a rush map. It's a very small map, and the map pool is known for aggression, and it's going to be a short one. We missed out on the macro game. Like, game 1, again, was Skytels versus Sky Terran. It was like 25-minute game, back and forth. Here, we're cheesing it up, Pappy. I can feel it already. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Arrowhome, we have the Red Terran from land of Kazakhstan, representing CSO Esports, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Replicant. And spawning into the top right-hand corner. In the top right-hand corner of Arrowhome, we have our green Protoss player, also representing CSO Esports as they are teammates. It is UD Soldier. We go. As it all ends here, it all ends on Arrowhome. And this time, there's no cheeky probe out on the map yet. We'll keep an eye on our players. I would imagine double gas opener from Replicants. Opening up safely, securely. No proxy, no SCVs on the map. We're calming down. We're calming things down. But I do still expect aggression here. Like here on Arrowhome, I should also emphasize, welcome one and all. Now, we do have a ram coming into the natural, true. So the natural is more defendable. That is true. Likewise, a ram coming into the third base. But the rush distance by ground is very short. Very short here, as you can see, from third to third, one screen away. Because that short rush distance, that's why we do have all these ramps, and that's why we have some choke points as well. So there are specifically defensive features on this map to make up for how small it is. Oh, hello. Racks expanded. Single gas opener. economic start out of Replicant. Okay, so single gas interacts into CC, more economic start, bold move from our Terran player. Likewise, UD Soldier going for a standard opener, gate Cybercore into Nexus. It's going to be settling in. We'll see where this takes us. Likewise, we can see Replicant, because he did skip the Reaper, he's just checking it for a proxy, making sure he's safe and sound. SCV Scout, of course, did confirm the expansion. This time there's no crazy one base all in. UD Soldier, he is expanding. Expanding, and of all things, Stargate opener. Okay, Stargate opener out of UD Soldier, opening up Phoenix potentially, Oracle if not. Bold move is what I will say. Stargate openers are typically very risky. They're very risky, and it does leave you vulnerable for a time. They can definitely be abused, and you can see Terran players try to go for timing attacks and try to break a player trying to go Stargate. That is going to be available here to Replicant. As UD Soldier, he's just now moving out, just now scouting. Doesn't really know what he's up against. Hellion going for the dive. The Hellion has enough HP, and the Hellion will get a free scout into the main. Sees everything, confirms the Stargate, confirms the Phoenix. Instantly, what do we have? Cyclone and Medevac. Replicant is getting ready for a push, getting ready for a move out. As we mentioned, a Stargate opener does mean that early on UD Soldier is going to be vulnerable. The reason for this is because Phoenixes in low numbers can't really do much against early game aggression. They can pick off one unit at a time, that is true, but again, this early on, the amount of lifts are limited. Speaking of Marines, they catch out an Adept. Oof, Adept goes down. Phoenix does spot the move out, and yeah, it's going to be Viking and tank. It's an early game aggression. He's pushing. He's pushing out early on, hyper aggression out of Replicant. He's going to rally across the map, and this is going to be a tough hold. Shield batteries are on the way. At least UD Soldier, at least he knows. He's scouted the move out, he knows what's coming, and he's getting ready. We need an Immortal. More than anything, we need that robot to finish. We need a defensive Immortal, and with that Immortal, he can hold. As we're waiting for the tank, here we go. Tank gets lifted. Replicant, he does boost across the map. It's boosting. Immortal's on the way. He needs a little bit more time. There's that Chrono. And the role of the Immortal is to focus on that tank. To focus on the tank. To bring it down. As here it comes. Here comes the siege. Replicant does siege up within range of the shield battery. Shield battery is the first to fall. Immortal does arrive. Phoenixes, there's 4 of them. They can lift. Can pick up the tank, and we're going. We're committing. Here comes the army. There's no the lift. Does miss it. Hot pickup. Saves the tank, but everything else is going to be shut down. UD Soldier, he will hold. He will clean up this army. He will shut it down. Yeah, there's no escaping this. It's a one-way trip. Picking up the Viking, the tank, the medevac. Whew. And again, it's so important here that UD Soldier, he saw this. He saw this. He scattered the move out, scattered the push. The Immortal came out just in time, and Replicant, he's in trouble. He is in trouble here. Back at 3rd CC? He's crazy. Oh my god. Rushing into a 3rd CC behind this. No shot. No shot. He cannot get away with this. Phoenixes, they dive in. They lift the Marines. They lift the Cyclone. Repairs don't quite connect. Or doesn't quite repair the Cyclone. And that's going to be it. That's going to be all the SCVs going down. Viking doing what it can. Oh, Phoenixes, they have no lift. They have no NG. Immortal gets surrounded. Not bad. Immortal is surrounded, and with that, Replicant, he's holding on. He does hold. It does come at a cost, but he does hold on. Again, Phoenix is just out of NG. They couldn't keep lifting. Behind this, 3rd base is on the way. And UD Soldier still has map control. Still has map control. Rotates into the main, gets more CV kills. Replicant is struggling. As UD Soldier he almost gets another Viking. Almost, not quite. Pulls away, bleeds out a Phoenix. Behind this, working towards Colossus, Gateway Explosion, Charge on the way, Extend Double Lance. UD Soldier is building up. And again, the problem here is that because of the third CC, this tells UD Soldier he's safe. This tells him that Stim is late. Stim is delayed, +1, combat shields, all these add-ons, all these upgrades, all were delayed in favor of the third CC. So UD Soldier, he knows he can be greedy. He knows he can just throw down all the tech, all the production, all the upgrades. UD Soldier, he has been safe to do whatever he wants, and he's doing it. He's just getting away with so much, getting into his third Colossus. Upgrades are about to finish. Another Gateway Explosion. And soon UD Soldier is going to move out. He's going to soon move out, and it's going to be whether or not Replicant can save the third. Oh boy. As is that fourth base on the way for UD Soldier. Oh. Lock on the Phoenix. Gets another. Not bad. Gets another lock on. Replicant securing his third CC. I mean, what I will say is that his economy is looking solid here, as he did rush into that third base, so he's got triple mule production early on. Moving out once again. This I'm not so certain of. He's running into a wall of Colossus and charge lots. Replicant, he cannot take this fight. Yeah, he has to back off. Tanks do lift, charge lots, they dive in, lift on the tanks. And Replicant, he'll lose everything here. He'll lose everything. The tanks, the fire. That triggers a counterattack. UD Soldier going for the third base, going for the kill. He's going for the kill at this point. Lifting the Marauders, lifting everything. The Marauders, the tanks, a couple of Marines. Why not? Phoenixes are going down to the turret though. But despite that, the ground army just overwhelms anyway. 22 SCV kills. And this series to go all the way to the HH. Replicant, he did take the first game in a long macro game. But here, UD Soldier, he punishes the aggression. He punishes the initial move out of Replicant. And he's going for it. He's going for the natural. Boys are being pulled. Final tank's going to go down. The mineral line evaporates. And there's no stopping UD Soldier. He's making it to the playoffs. GG. UD Soldier, he will take the series 2-1. And he will be the final player to qualify for the playoffs. GG. Congratulations, a very intense back and forth. Again, game one was off stream. Game one was being played out elsewhere, and there was again a crazy late game back and forth. Skytoss army against the Sky Terran army did go the way of Replicants, but here in game two, here in game three, when it came to early aggression and even early defense, UD Soldier came out on top. Game two, of course, UD Soldier, he was able to come in with a proxy with a 1 base 4 gate blink all in, which was crazy. Did catch Replicant off guard. Here in the ace match, we did see that Replicant was being the aggressor. After Replicant scouted the Stargate, he did decide, okay, I'm going for a tank push. I'm going for a tank drop across the map with Cyclones, with Vikings, with everything. But what's important is he got scouted. He got scouted, and we saw that UD Soldier, he was able to respond with his own robo, with his own immortal production, and he was able to defend it just in time. It was a clutch hold there, but after that defense, that was almost game then and there, because instantly we saw UD Soldier counterattack. He counterattacked, hit the natural, and he maintained the lead from there. GG. GG, well played. A very impressive display there from all of our players here tonight. And with that, we have confirmation. We have wrapped up the group stage. GG. GG, well played. The group stage has been wrapped up. And we have our final players. Let's catch up on the groups. Let's catch up on the Wikipedia page. Okay. From the top, here we go. we do have our qualified players. We have Strange and Wayne. Strange and Wayne, they are the number 2 seeds. The 1 and 2 seeds coming into the playoffs. They do come out in 1st and 2nd place respectively with a 6-0 and a 6-2 scoreline. Likewise, we had GgMaChine and Sickness coming out in 3rd and 4th place, making it through with 6-2 and 6-4. So we have our top 4 players. And who were the other 2 players to join them? Again, we did have our top 8. Who are the top 8 players to join them? We had our initial 4. Likewise, we did have another 4 to join. Quickly just double checking here. We have, alongside Sickness, we have Art. Art, of course, does qualify. Art, MilkiCow, Deathmars, and UAD Soldier. UAD Soldier did defeat Replicant. We had MilkiCow defeating Nicoract, and we had Deathmars defeating Eastos. So we have our top 8. We have our top 8 players. Wikipedia page is going to be updated momentarily. Do not worry, it will eventually be updated. But yeah, we have our top 8. We have one Terran. We have one Terran in MilkiCow. Personally, I do believe that both MilkiCow and Nicoract are worthy of being in the top 8, but it was a TVT. It was a TVT mirror matchup, round 5 match, so unfortunately they knocked each other out. Only one of them could make it through, and in the end it was MilkiCow. My heart goes out to Nicoract. Nicoract, he's an amazing player, and I typically would favor him to make it to the playoffs, but not this time, not this month. You know, everyone has their off days. And there were definitely some matches that we casted of Nicoract where he did seem a little bit off, just a little bit not himself, or just maybe a little bit rough around the edges. And in the end, we did see Nicoract did not quite make it through. Likewise, when it comes to other upsets, Nikic was the other one. I was coming into this, I was favoring players like Nicoract, players like Nikic, players like MilkiCow to make it through, and Nikic, he did not advance on. He was knocked out earlier by MilkiCow, so Nikic, he would not be a part of the playoffs either. A player that I'm unfamiliar with, very much so, that is in the playoffs is Sickness. You can see here, he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. Sickness from Belarus, like I'm very unfamiliar. He had some crazy performances. Sickness took down MilkiCow and Nicoract. I would have favored both the Terrans over Sickness, so I was very impressed. I was very impressed by Sickness's play. I'm very unfamiliar, so I'm happy to see a newer face, at least in my eyes, making it through, having a deep run, and we'll see how they perform in the playoffs. So Sickness, to me, is going to be a bit of a wild card. Curious to see how they perform. Likewise, Deathmars, also a player that I haven't really seen much of, so I'm curious to see how they play out. It would have been nice to have seen a little bit more of Vox. Vox, he had a crazy performance, taking down MilkiCow 2-0 in the first round. That was crazy. So crazy upsets, crazy performances all around. And again, as a reminder, the playoffs are tomorrow. The playoffs are in less than 24 hours. Playoffs are going to be in less than 24 hours, so do tune in tomorrow for the conclusion of this tournament. The group stage was already a bit of a bloodbath, but the playoffs, that's going to be just one step further. It's going to be insane. It's going to be 8 players in the playoffs. I imagine it's going to be seeded in a couple of hours, so do keep an eye on the Wikipedia page. It will be seeded momentarily, don't you worry. And it's going to be 8 players, double elimination format. A lot of games, a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft. A lot of StarCraft to be had. Meanwhile, here it is 6:30 in the morning. It is 6:30 in the morning. I am insanely tired. So I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm gonna get some rest. Thank you so much for tuning in. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here, as you can see, we have the rest of our schedule lined up. We just wrapped up with Firegrow Cup, and in how many hours time? In 7 hours, 6.5. In 6.5 hours time, we're gonna be live with the SEL Masters with a show match series. It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be SEL Masters, show match for StarCraft Evolution, leading into Sparkling Tuna Cup, leading into the Firegrow Cup playoffs. It's gonna be a very intense Sunday, and I'll do my best to weather the storm. Do my best, Pappy. Do my best. A lot of casting, a lot of StarCraft, as always on the channel. If you enjoyed the content, if you see something you like here, if you want to watch us and you cannot watch us live, then check out our YouTube channel. !socials in the chat. You'll get a link to our YouTube, Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings. It's all in It's all in the chat, so you can check out those. Can check that out. You can check out those links. And again, we do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of content on YouTube, plenty of content to come. So do check us out there. Otherwise, we'll see you guys for the next tournament. See you guys for the next tournament here. See you guys for either SEL Masters or Sparkling Tuna or the playoffs of Fire Grow Cup. Again, plenty of content. 3 events tomorrow. I'll do my best to be there for all of it. I'll do my best, man. Do my best. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Copium. My goal, at least for tomorrow, is going to be I'm going to try to nap in between SEL Masters and Sparkling Tuna Cup. It's going to be a tough ask, but I'll do my best to get some sleep beforehand and be well rested. I'll do my best. Do my best. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Thank you for the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, baby, ciao. Hasta luego. Also, if you want to support us, Patreon. Before I forget, Patreon is the place to be. !Patreon in the chat. As you can see here, our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments, and we have reached our latest goal. We currently do earn 435 USD a month through Patreon. All that money goes towards our tournaments. All that money goes towards the players. So if you want to help support the players, if you want to help support the scene and the community, you can do so via Patreon. Our next goal is 500 USD. That is to boost the prize pool of Sparkling Tuna Cup even further. That is our weekly open cup, and we're hosting our next Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow. So again, is our weekly tournaments, all funded by the community for the community. So thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And thank you so much to all of our patrons and all of our supporters in the chats, our subscribers, our members on YouTube, our followers, even just watching. Thank you. Thank you for the support. We'll see you tomorrow for some more StarCraft. See you then. I'm gonna get passed out. See you next time. Ciao, baby, ciao. See you next time. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Cash him, baby, cash him. God. Thank you so much for subscribing. We just wrapped up the broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow. Share, baby, share. Dziękuję. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, baby. See you then.